Hello, welcome back. Today it's all about fixing that monk. And for those of you who don't realise, I love the monk. It's one of my favourite classes, just as the wizard is one of my favourite classes. These two classes for me are the standouts in Dungeons and Dragons. And I'm not that happy with the monk for obvious reasons, but today we're going to sort that out. So here is a poll. I'm putting up a poll. Grab some food, some drink. This is going to be a long live stream. I'm going to be doing a lot of work, and it's going to take a while to get that all done. I'll be, obviously you'll see my face at some point, don't you worry. But you will see the document that I'm working on. I've had time yesterday to do a lot of additional prep for it, so that would help sort of speed up the process a little bit. Yes, I'm looking forward to this process. So, now that everybody is here, well, most of you, right? Most of you. We'll get started, shall we? Hi, welcome to How to RPG. That's right, how to role-playing games, how to RPG. And my name is Fred Wheeler, and today we're going to be dealing with the monk. Dungeons and Dragons, right? We're going to be dealing with the 5e monk. And I am aware that Unearthed Arcana has dropped today. So for those of you who are thinking, oh, did you know, Fred, that Wizards of the Coast has dropped an Unearthed Arcana? Are you going to talk about that? No, I'm not, because I did have a look at the video, and I did have a look at the changes they have proposed for the monk, and I'm still not happy. I'm going to be really honest. I'm still not happy. So thank you for being here, Fred Hubber. Thank you for being here, Derp. Shiner81, Big Kid, thank you for being here. So what is the point of today? Let me go over what it is. And since we've got plenty of time to discuss all this, I will. Let's at least get you into the gist of it. So let me share the screen with you so you can see what my goals are. And it should be obvious by now that my goals are pretty much the same to a certain extent with what we did with the fighter. I'm just extending this, okay? It's just an extension of that. So here we go. This is the remastered classes for Dungeons & Dragons 5e, and here are my project goals for today. So first off, it has nothing to do with designing the fighter, okay? Designing the monk. So I might change this, but really let's just get rid of that. Let's just redesign a class. My home group want to play the monk a particular way, and so that's what I've got to aim for. So that is my goal, is to try to do it the way that they would like to have it play out and the way I would like it to play out. I need to ensure that the monk class has a wide spread of features. In other words, not just combat. There are many pillars of play: exploration, social interaction, combat, world building. And I know people are thinking, what do you mean world building? And then there's the question mark, so we'll leave that for now. And then spread out the features across the levels. I was really struggling with this. I think I've actually figured out how to do it in a way that's going to be not quite so dense. So I was doing that yesterday, actually, with the fighter. I want to make levels 10 and upward not suck, because the reason why people multi-class is because the higher levels aren't very good. they're not really good in terms of the features you get. And then level 10 features need to have fluff and story quest requirements. This has been a big factor. My group has insisted on this, so we're going to do that again. I want to ignore Wizards of the Coast and Paizo and Kobold Press, because apparently they've still not been able to make something that I want. So I have looked at their stuff and I still don't like what I see, so we're doing it my way. I really want to eliminate the desire to multi-class for a class. And I had this discussion with one of my patrons yesterday, like, Fred, you seem to have sort of eliminated the requirement or necessity to multi-class. And I said, well, I don't think people realize, but subclasses are a lazy form of providing more options. Instead of building an entire class from the ground up, you get to only deal with 4 or 5 different features for a subclass in 5e. And I hate that. I really don't like it. Removing class features that rely on a bonus action or the short rest. It has always been my goal, is to get rid of those silly things because I can't stand them. Ensuring the Game Master has the necessary tools to adjudicate high-level features. So we'll get rid of the word fighter here, because that's not what we're going to be doing. Removing subclasses and using a different system in place. So what I've decided to do is, Wizards of the Coast had started to work on the idea of having the same subclass advancement, right? So that every class, their subclass advancement would be the same. And since I'm not using subclasses, and really what I'm doing is I'm replacing the subclasses with something that I think is just better than what subclasses can offer. What I've done here is I've decided that what used to be the old subclasses in terms of their progression now looks like this. And I'm going to transport it over to all of the various classes that I build in the future, or remaster, or fix. And that is advancement at level 3. So you won't get it till level 3. Your subclass stuff, your really cool stuff. Then you get one at level 6, then level 10, level 14. And because I don't think I want to stop at level 14, I'm also putting one at level 18. Okay, so for those of you who are like, oh, okay, so there's actually a progression that is 5 steps, not 4 steps. That's quite deliberate on my part, because I don't want there to be a great huge void that we're waiting for from level 14 through to level 20, because there is no subclass stuff going on. Again, I am trying to build the classes, or the monk in this case, so that you don't really care about the subclasses myself. We'll see how we go. Anyway, strongholds and castles. Now, it won't be strongholds and castles for a monk. I have something else for the monk, something more keyed into what is going to fit with them. Because when we say monk, what we actually really mean, right, is we mean warrior monk, which is different. We're not dealing with the monks who are praying to a god or a Buddha or anything like this. It's got nothing to do with that. It's to duplicate the idea of the warrior monk from the Eastern cultures. So from China, Japan, Malaysia, the Philippines, even India to a large extent. So if we're trying to do that, I need to give them something else. I've got an idea. Followers, so they will get followers. They'll look a little different to the fighters' followers, and some utility functions. So I've got to figure that one out. My group have given me some ideas, so we'll work with that. Fighting styles, I'm going to replace fighting styles in this case. We're going to be dealing with fighting styles that are appropriate for a monk. So it won't be like the fighters' fighting styles. It'll look different. And I have 3 ideas that I have been percolating with, that I've seen that are sort of going to affect me. Class titles will be included. We're going to be including class titles in this. Military rank, probably not for the monk. Forced marching without exhaustion, no. Navigation. So these are all fighter things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just zip on down here and show you the notes that my players had given me, and said, okay, these are things that specifically to a monk we need to consider. And I'm actually going to change my screen for a second. You can actually see the notes in front of you, but I want to sort of read them out and go into a little bit more detail around this. They gave me a lot of notes on the monk, like more notes than anything else. Literally, there's more notes on the monk than anything else they gave me, and which is great, but also a bit of a pain. Okay. Fred is never satisfied. That is right. Just keep it going. So let me explain these things that they have decided that they want to have, and we'll go from there. Stop relying on key points for absolutely everything. Like literally everything the monk does seems to rely on key. The KI points, those monk points. It's a pain. And when you look at other classes, they can do something similar, but they don't have a limited resource. So it's annoying. So I don't want to do that. They had talked about, we want the monk to be able to remove traps. And I was like, okay, what sort of traps are we talking about? And so the discussion went on. So I'm going to look at a monk, because the reason why they said we want to look at picking locks, removing traps, climbing walls, and being stealthy is something a monk does well, is going back to the concept of a monk being a warrior monk, being a martial artist. And where does that take us? That takes us to the ninja. That's really where we were heading. They wanted to be able to duplicate some of the concepts of the ninja. And so that's why you will see these concepts coming into the monk. The monk in its is not trying to steal the thunder of the rogue. The monk is I guess in many respects, it's a different type of skill monkey in many respects. I think that's kind of what we were going for, but even then, I don't think the monk does that completely. So it's sitting somewhere in there, but not completely. I don't know how that's going to look. We did also talk about the fact that every single warrior monk, martial artist, was able to use pole arms. Like using a long pole arm was quite common, whether that be a spear or a halberd or anything like that. If you look at Eastern culture, and yet monks in 5e can't use a pole arm, so we're going to fix that. The martial arts die starting at D6. We've known this. Wizards of the Coast already doing this. A D10 hit points. I think that's probably where we're looking at in terms of the hit points for a monk. Monk needs to be in the front line, so really we need to give them a few more hit points so they can survive a bit longer. There was discussion about the Zen Archer, so we might be looking at the ability to actually acquire a feature that allows you to be a Zen Archer. That doesn't mean a magical archer, that means an archer. The Zen Archer, we'll get to this. Navigating in the dark. Now, this is one thing that I put forward because part of my martial arts training when I was doing it, and when I was training people, was we had to learn how to fight in the dark. It's one of the first things that we wound up doing because it takes so long to learn how to do it. And it's so difficult to do. It's actually very, very difficult. It is not so easy. When somebody says, oh, if you can't see them, you can figure out where they are by listening to them. Bollocks. I can tell you now, since I actually had to do that kind of training, it is very hard just by hearing and trying to see the movement of the environment as they move through it. Trying to pinpoint where somebody is really difficult. Really difficult. I can't count the number of times I smashed my hand into a door, a wall, a chair, a table, or kicked something that was not a person in the dark. Okay, and of course there's accidents that occur when you're training in the dark. So you wind up hitting all sorts of things. So navigating in the dark, and this is really about, I guess, night fighting in many respects. Because again, it goes back to the ninja. The ninja would operate at night, so we were thinking we need to talk about navigating in the dark. Astral projection. One of the things you might have noticed from Eastern culture is the concept that the Grand Masters could project their spirit, their essence, their astral form out of their body and travel from one place to another. And so at higher levels, I want to incorporate that concept of astral projection. That does not mean giving them the astral projection spell, because monks, I do not believe, I don't really want a monk that is a spellcaster. We've got plenty of spellcasters, we don't need another one. And we don't need another fruitcake or a snowflake. We don't want another snowflake class if we can help it. Drunken Master. So I think this goes back to the Zen Master, the Drunken Master. They want something that allows you to have a fighting style that's related to something. And this wound up actually coming back to various fighting styles like Prey Mantis, Tiger, things like that. So I've got to try to build something around that. I don't know how easy it is. We talked about healing, because one of the things in terms of the warrior monk is the necessity to learn healing. This actually goes back to Wei Fei Hong, really. That's the so acupressure, acupuncture, probably going to be dealing with acupressure. So I think that'll probably wind up being at higher levels. I don't know how they'll work that out just yet, but we'll get there. Followers, we're going to give the monk a dojo or a monastery rather than a castle. We're going to give them a place where they practice their arts and they train others. One of the stipulations from my group was, as we enter the master stage for the monk or the martial artist, we want to be able to challenge another grand master as well. When we level up, we have to go and fight somebody else. And I said, are you serious? And they said, yes. We want to have to go and defeat. We don't have to kill them, but we need to go and have to, when we level up at a certain point, it's time to go and fight another grand master in martial arts or another warrior monk. And I was like, okay, fine. So I have to try to build that in. I don't know what my players were thinking, but it's funny as. Okay, it really is. No, Fred is not saying he's a ninja. Standard training, for those of you who are unaware, the martial arts in World War II, you would learn everything. You wouldn't just have styles where you would just learn how to punch and kick and block, and then you'd learn some throwing and grappling. It all used to be combined, but the Eastern cultures didn't believe that the Western people could actually figure out how to learn their styles, so they chopped it up into pieces to make it easier for Western people to actually understand how to pick that stuff up. It's actually a product of World War II, because that's when it's the big movement to try to learn those sorts of styles was in Western culture. So therefore, you would learn all these things. These are standard. These aren't things that you would necessarily, when you learn the martial arts. When I was learning martial arts, we would learn how to throw. We would learn how to grapple. We would learn how to use weapons. We learn how to fight against a weapon. We would obviously learn how to fight unarmed against somebody else who was unarmed as well. So a lot of these things. Now, somehow along the way, I think AD&D had speaking with animals with a monk. I had put a big, huge question mark on that. I was like, I don't quite get it, but okay, people. Can't read their mind or control it. So I think at some point, the players do not want the monk's mind to be able to be controlled, because they should have finer control over their body and their mind. And I was like, okay, I see where you're going with this. And they also wanted to have the monk have a play possum feature, which I thought was hilarious. I don't know how that's all going to work, people. We're just going to do the best we can with what I've got today. Because it's a lot. Let's get real. That's a lot to ask me to try to squeeze into one class and not take anything away. Because again, I had asked them, let me take some stuff away. And they said, no, Fred. No, we do not want you to take stuff away. We want to keep all the things that are there already. And we want to have more. Give me more, please. I play with power gamers. It's going to happen. All right. Hopefully they start to realize that once I do this, it is getting kind of crammed. But like the fighter's pretty crammed. Okay, so let's go through the chat, and then we will go into this document, because core blimey, there's a lot to cover in a very short space of time. So most people haven't checked out the new Unearthed Arcana monk. You're not missing much. I think they changed the martial arts die, and that's pretty much it. Okay, next. Fred Hubbard says, monks try to do too much and end up doing almost nothing well, or being OP as hell. Yeah, narrow scope of what's trying to do. Similar issue with the Bard. The Bard, I find, is a complete Frankenstein mess. I am not looking forward to doing that, because what I have proposed for the Bard, I can see a lot of people being very, very angry and unhappy about. But I'm going to do it, probably, because I'm pretty sure my group will agree with me. Do we want an unarmored combat master or a spellcaster? See, again, for me, the monk is a warrior monk. It's not a spellcaster. I don't want a spellcaster. Derp. Hello, Derp. How you doing? 2 military... What has that got to do with... I don't know what that's supposed to do with the topic. Okay, nice. Wonderful. Moving on. Okay. You are ready. Okay, Shiner81. Hello, how are you? Big Kid. Big Kid is a patron. Thank you for being here, Big Kid. Hopefully that document that I built yesterday is going to be useful to you. Fred is never satisfied. Yeah, probably. What's this here? What do you got here, Fred? Global search. Replace fighter class to monk class and fighter to monk. Easy word processing task. Yeah, well, some of it all poured over, but I have to change quite a lot. All right, the hat is coming off because we're getting into work mode time. I'm going to be taking a break every hour of this, and I really will have to, because I could be here for 4 or 5 hours. And that's a long time to be doing this. I've not seen world building considered a pillar of play for players before. The reason, Derp, you've never seen world building being considered a pillar of play for players before is because Wizards of the Coast has no idea what to do with the player characters after level 10. If you look at older versions of Dungeons and Dragons, what you'll discover is a lot of the features they get really mean that the player characters are building the world around them. Whether they are building a castle and a society, or renovating, or building up a village or a town near them, these sorts of things, becoming a lord, looking after peasants, looking after citizens, whatever you want to call them. So world building is part of that, and by putting it into the character class, it's a nice little reminder for me as a game master that this is about the time we need to start dealing with that, because then the players can say, at this point I get these things, what do we do? So yeah. Fred Hubbard says, I really dislike the 5e multi-class system anyway. Yes, I do not like multi-class. Look, I multi-class. I play a player more than I am a game master. Okay? I used to be more game master than player, and I've finally found that balance where I actually game master a lot less than I play the game. And that I can do that because everybody in my group is a game master or dungeon master. And it's a lovely experience, I can tell you that now. But multi-classing has always created problems, and I noticed that Pathfinder 2e does not have multi-classing. So what I would like to do is simply build the class so it's so good that you don't want to multi-class. How do we build the class, not so it's OP, but so that it hits all the marks so well that going and multi-classing would be ridiculous as an idea. So we'll see how we go. Well, no, not necessarily, because most of the subclass features are combat, and that's not what I'm necessarily going to be doing. You're not necessarily getting a monk that's just going to have a whole lot more combat stuff. Remember, the monk actually doesn't have that much utility in their in the class at all. It actually has very little, which is a bit of a shame. Anyway, Fred Hubbard, PC backgrounds are world building tasks. So player characters background is the world building task, but at higher level, the players wind up world building much more. It's something that a lot of people don't realize. Now, Fred, your perspective is your perspective, but it will not affect mine. And I know you're mature enough to understand that I am not going to spout your perspective. My perspective has always been that at higher levels, the players initiate far more than the game master. And I am not the sort of game master or dungeon master who is precious about their world construction, because I allow my players to be a part of that process far more than I know some other people do. And that's just how it is. And I ain't changing that. Okay. What do you got here, Dirt? I think Monk might need something like Tower and Mastery. Tower or Monastery. We're giving them a monastery. We're actually going to give them a dojo or a monastery instead of a stronghold or a castle. This is where my head is going, yeah? I hope that one of the monk styles make it good at unarmed combat, okay, and gives options like maneuvers. Okay, so a couple of the things that I have been playing with, and I don't know if I've written them down, but I will. Does anybody remember a movie called Kiss of the Dragon with Jet Li, where you could hit somebody in various places And when you did that, blood would pour out of their eyes, mouth, nose, and they would die right there. Like just, and they could not move. So I want to, at high level, I want to put something into the monk that's kind of like that. Kind of like that. Not exactly like that, but kind of like that. Does anybody remember Bruce Lee? Not the person, I mean, Bruce Lee was never actually the one who created the 1-inch punch. The 1-inch punch was, you had your fist very close to the target, you would then move about 1 inch and the force would throw somebody back about 15 or 20 feet. So the 1-inch punch I want to include as a fighting style, into the monk, as a feature. It's going to be part of the stunning strike stuff. Does anybody remember Kill Bill? And in Kill Bill, there's a feature where, well, there's the 5-point, whatever the heck it is, where you take 5 steps and then you die. So again, it's not going to be exactly like that, but I like the idea of having something like that in the monk. Okay. So those are the sorts of ideas, but also there are different styles of martial arts, and I want to try to find a way of incorporating them into the monk class so you can choose what style you specialize in. And I need to make it simple enough that it will work. Does that make sense? Big kid, bring back. you sure? Yeah. Okay. No, no, not true. Okay. The fighting a master to gain a level was part of AD&D monk druid. I think another. Yeah, Fred. That's really what it comes back to. So we've got a couple of people who have played AD&D in my group, and they wanted that back, and so I have to try to bring it back into this. into this. All right, we've talked enough. Let's just get this done. I can see the chat. I'll keep a track of what's being said, and let's move into the actual work of this, because there's a lot to be done in a very short space of time. And I think I've got that there. Yeah, I've got that there. Let's do this. Let's change over. Here we go. The monk. Bum, bum, bum. Cool. Oh, I'm wondering if maybe I'll move my head over here to the other side. Just, well, actually, maybe that's not going to work. If I scroll up, will it actually get in the way? That's a good question. It will. Okay, all right, so it will. So I can't do that. That's why I've put my head over here to stay out of the way. Okay, so if we just shrink this down. My head does not have to be that big, does it? We can make me smaller. I can make myself smaller again, just so that as we scroll up, no, there, okay, all right, that should work, okay, right, okay, I've finished fiddling around, I'm ready to go. So, scrolling up, so there's a lot here to work with today. I think what I will do right off the bat is determine my table. I didn't do that last time. I didn't work with the table and trying to adjust that. I've also got the playtest material in front of me as well, so I will probably refer to it, but it's not going to be a great huge focus for me. I'm just not that interested. Anyway, let's have a look at the monk and the number of tables required for a monk. Well, number of sort of columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think we need to have 7 columns because we need to incorporate titles as well. And so I had a lot less columns to contend with when I was dealing with the, what do you call it, the fighter. So I might have to turn the first table horizontal. That might be what I need to do, because that'll just help me lay things out I think one of the things I discovered when I was doing this is that it's actually very nice to be able to have the ability to sort of lay things out as you go rather than the other way around. So fighter, that is a 26, so we'll make that a 26. And it's bold. 26. Okay. And then I believe, I'm pretty sure that's 11. That's 11. Okay. So now I need to put in a table here. And that table needs to have a certain number of columns and a certain number of rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to get everything in. 7 to get everything in. Okay. Insert table. And table, insert 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Table, and then go down, and I need not 20 rows, but I need 21. But I can't do that straight away, so we'll do this. That'll give me various spaces to put everything. This is going to be quite a mission, I have to say. It's another one, and I'm going to put in the various things now. So level, and these are all going to be bolded, so let's go across here. Bold. And what did I do last time? I went proficiency mode, buy and bonus, went title. So I think we'll do the same thing before as I did before. That's probably going to be the easiest way to go. Okay. Proficiency bonus. Okay, so one of the reasons why I'm doing it this way today is because I discovered that I don't have to work quite as hard in terms of sorting everything out with the other stuff, which is great. I'm really pleased. I realized I can actually take a few shortcuts. Hello, Buried Axe, how are you? Deadly Druids, 12th level druid. What? No, became a 11th level druid in multiclass. Yeah, we're not doing the druid today. We're doing the monk. Is it not obvious? There is a great huge thing in front of you. It says monk. The word's monk, right? All right, title. Next, we're going to go martial arts. And then we're going to go unarmored movement. No, we're going to go key points. I'm kind of curious if Wizards of the Coast's new subclass got key points. No, they got discipline points. Is this because they feel like they're being here? Let's make things even more complicated. We can go. How's this? Chi points. No, it's not chi points, but it is tempting. It is very, very tempting. I'll tell you that now. Because let's call it what it is. That's what it is, right? Next, unarmored movement. Right, so we've got unarmored movement, and then we've got features. And this is going to be a little tricky. We're going to try and squeeze a lot of stuff in there. So let's shrink some of this. The level can be a lot smaller. The bonus section can be a lot smaller. Let's just adjust that down. The title, we could probably make that a lot smaller until I know what I'm actually writing in there, but we'll get there. Martial arts die actually doesn't need a lot of space. And actually I might be able to shrink that even more by doing this. If I do that and stack it, we're doing all right. I've still got space. That's great. So we can actually just shift this over a bit more. Since we're going to try and squeeze a lot in. I know, Buried Axe. I am aware. I am playing with people. Okay, I'm playing with. I'm just playing. I really am. I know exactly what you what I'm doing. It's all play. I'm just calling what I always thought. The other terminology was a little bit odd myself. So now I am not going to probably type in a lot of the different features. Features here straight off the bat because I might need to move stuff. Proficiency bonus, I can do that when I'm brain dead near the end of the session, so I'm not going to do that now either. What I will do is I'll put in the levels, and then I'll put in some markers for myself to work to. Okay, and then we'll get on with the business of actually getting stuff done. Because right now we're not really, are we? Drawing a table seems pretty easy for anybody to do. 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, 19, 20. Now, one of the things I want to do is I want to ensure that when I'm doing this, I have my markers for my various stages and abilities that I want to put into this. So the first thing I want to contend with is the major points where subclasses would take a spot. And as I said already, I'm using a progression that isn't the progression that is used by Wizards of the Coast, which is fine. So we're going to take this and go copy paste. Actually, copy paste. This is probably best to just copy paste that whole section there. Copy paste, copy. And that was in 3. Paste. All right. I think, has that caused problems yet? No, it hasn't dropped it down. Okay, so next one. This is just to give me an idea of where I need to position stuff. You may notice that followers is in a different position to where I had created it last time, but followers also looks slightly different to what it was. So I realized I didn't need to concern myself quite so much with that. So I've made a little bit of an adjustment with that. Next one was level 10. And level 10 is copy. Level 10 is a big one. Paste, but it's not this. I think that's correct. Is it monastery? Monastery, yeah. What do you got here? Yes, your title will change every level. So if you want me to type in a few existing titles for the monk, I can do that. I'll be happy to do that. Just to give you an idea of what it'll look like. How's it going? Prepare, cook, and survive. How are you? We could, but no. We'll leave that alone. Okay, so next. Yes, that's right. Level 14 is here. Correct. Level 14. Level 14. Actually, the ability score can go as well. I can move that over as well at the same time because it's pretty sure at level 14 you get that, don't you? Don't you? No, you don't. It's in the wrong place. Okay, so we just undo that and World Traveller. World Traveller will look very, very different for a monk compared to a fighter. So there's 14. Still not pushed everything down too far, which is great. Just finding enough space for everything is going to be a bit of an issue. Multiverse Traveler is a marker for me, but it's not Multiverse Traveler. Copy. And what level was that? That was level 16, if I remember right. And it needs to be Astral Traveler. So I remember. It's my marker. Right, next. Yes. This one here. This one is the one I want to grab. I'll grab this, copy that, and that was level 18, 14, 18. Paste. Okay. So, for those of you who are wondering what the heck's going on, Astral Traveler is an extension of World Traveler in terms of what I'm trying to do. Chakra points. Yes, chakra points. Yeah, you got the right idea. We could go chakra points if we really wanted to, but right now I'm just going to put chi. It's chi. Next, I need to make sure I put in the ability score improvements so I know where those spots are. I've decided that those are the sort of the empty slots for all of my doings. So copy this and place them in the appropriate places now rather than later. Paste. That's 4, 8. There's nothing stopping people from just swapping out the ability score improvement for a feat, but I'm definitely not doing a feat and an ability score improvement. That is not my my mode of operation. I don't want that in my game. If it weren't clear, it should be now. Okay. I think people get quite enough. They don't need any more going on. Right, let's just move this up a bar for now. Ability score improvement, ability score improvement. Am I on the right one? This is for the monk. Monk. Astral, yes. And then what's the last one? 16 and 19. Paste. Okay. So these are the things that are, these are fixed. I will probably move everything else around a little bit. Buried Axe 20, yes, it's extremely cheeky. Very, very cheeky. But let's get real. Have I not always been very, very cheeky? I mean, has there ever been a time when I've not been cheeky about it? My fantasy was always to play the Eastern Warrior Monk, so I'm definitely not going to steer away from that. Heck, I could write in the word Warrior Monk if I really wanted to. Could I not? I've got the document in front of me. Anyway, so let's go through the monk's features and figure out what it is that needs to be at least tidied up, because there's a lot here that I don't like. I'm sure a few of you feel the same way. So let's have a look at what we need to sort of adjust. No. I think that's at the top. Okay, all right, good. Sweet. Next, let's have a look here. Scrolling down, we're going to be bolding that. We'll make that a 16, and then I have to decide what sort of dice we're using. I think I had marked it down as go for a 10 rather than an 18. And I'm pretty sure that is feedback I got from some of the my chappies in my home group. Like it just didn't make sense. Why would you be in the front line if you could have a few more hit points? Which I'm not going to disagree with, actually. I wonder what did they do? What did they do? Did they keep the monk's hit points at a D8? Here's the problem with a D8 for hit points. If you have D8 hit points for a monk, You're telling me that a monk trained in the warrior arts is less able to take a hit than a fighter. That's what you're telling me. One, I don't believe that, because like if you're a warrior monk or you're fighting in armor, you're going to be going through some serious rigmarole. I mean, if anything, I would say a monk should be even more able to take more of a pounding than anybody else. Like, because a monk is equipped to be able to, you know, you've got no armor on. So the D8 annoys me. The only time a D8 for a monk makes sense is when you are able to move in and out of combat very quickly, like the rogue. If you think about the rogue and what the rogue gets, because the rogue has got cunning action, right? It can move around a lot. So it can move in and out if it wants to and do its thing, because that cunning action allows them to do so. So you can give them a D8. Like the rogue's got a D8, but it's very mobile, right? It literally, for cunning action, if you look at how cunning action works, what can you do? You can dash, disengage, so I can move into combat, smack it, use a bonus action to move back out of combat so I don't get smacked because I'm in the front line. And yet the monk can't do that. So either we have to give the monk something like cunning action, or if we're not going to give them something like that, we need to give them a D10. That's my general feeling with regard to it. Is there a feature that allows advantage on dice rolls as opposed to adding a monk level hit points? I don't think that's going to solve the problem. Yeah, it's a change of one hit point. I granted, you're right. It's a change of one hit point. So it's not going to have a huge difference, but it does have some difference. Do you know what I mean? It still makes no sense that you have a D8 for a monk and you're going to be standing in the front line, unless you could move in and out of combat like the rogue can. That's what I'm going to say. JP. Now, JP is currently playing a monk. He's part of my home group. Hi, Fred. Yes, my monk is always front line and suffers massively when damaged, as opposed to the other meat tanks in our party. The monk should be able to take the damage. That's my opinion too. We had discussed this, did we not? We had said the D8 needs to be a D10. Because they're unarmed. So Fred, I'm not against that. I actually think that it actually makes a lot more sense that maybe the monk has a D12 because they've got no armor, like the sodding barbarian. The barbarian's rocking around with no armor. Like with a monk, what armor proficiencies do you get? You get none. You get none. Not a sodding thing. As in a block with one hand and strike in the other. I just feel like building in a blocking system is just going to slow the game down way too much and make the monk way too complicated to play. And if I think about it, like, if you think about it in terms of like a fighter, a barbarian, and a monk, which one should physically be more able to take a punishment? Well, the barbarian gets a D12. Do they not? Does a barbarian not get a D12? Well, it does. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it does. It gets a D12, and yet the monk that's not wearing armor doesn't even get a D10 and doesn't get a D12. So we are thinking Bruce Lee style. Yes, we are, and use an attack as a damage soak up. So this is what I'm going to do. JP, we had discussed moving the monk's D8 to a D10, but since it's unarmored and the barbarian is unarmored, even though, look, the barbarian can actually wear armor. Like, you do get light armor and medium armor and shields, and you don't get any of that with the monk. So fuck it. Let's give it a D12. Let's stop being the pussies that we are and just give it a D12. Give him a D12. Give the monk a D12. Be a real monk. All right. Okay. So you get D, that's 12. Let's give them that. They are just as tough as a barbarian. Just as tough as a barbarian. I can just see a few people who are going to lose their minds over this, but I'm doing it. Yes, seriously, D12. You think about it. Barbarians got the ability to wear armor, and yet we're not giving them that sort of thing. I'm like, oh, come on. No. Let's give them that. Let's actually make the monk able to stand in the front line. Okay? And hash it out. Dear. Yeah, not beating around the bush. I made it a D12. There you go, people. How's that? How does that fly in the face of what Wizards of the Coast does? I don't know. It's nothing like what they did. All right, let's... We just made it a D12. Do I feel better about myself? Absolutely. Do I feel like I have gone off the rails? Absolutely. But I'm still going to do it. That's what we do here. Anyway, proficiency. Let's do the proficiencies. Honestly, with the proficiencies, it annoys me that we are dealing with these proficiencies the way they are structured. So I'm going to be, again, changing them up. Just make sure I'm staying with what I'm doing here. Oh, okay. Actually, I should probably... I did this yesterday. No. Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten. I'm going to apologize now, people. I'm not American, so I don't use American spelling, and I have for years been trying to cope with, New Zealand spelling, and then the North American spelling, modified English, and I can't take it anymore. So I'm going to be using New Zealand spelling, okay, British Oxford English spelling, because I can't deal with it. It's too much. And when I was younger, it was easier, but for somewhere along the line, it actually became harder for me. So I'm doing that. Okay, it's changing. So for those of you who are American who are going to struggle and like, it's American game, Fred. Sorry, but I'm doing it. Anyway, here we go. Let's go bold. Tools. Why does a monk get an artisan's tool or one musical instrument? I don't get that at all. I've never understood that in the slightest. But we'll get there. Fred has gone off his meds. That's right. Mate, I need to take medication, but it isn't for this. Monks and barbarians live in the same climate. Exactly, Buried Axe. Exactly. No, I would say American spelling. Sometimes American spelling makes more sense than New Zealand spelling or Oxford spelling, because there aren't so many silent letters or vowels. So I actually like the idea of North American spelling, but I can't live in a society and contend with it anymore. Even though I'm on YouTube, and I know YouTube is mostly it's mostly an American audience that are watching me. I totally get it, but I can't deal with that anymore. It's too much. So for those of you who are going to struggle with the change in the spelling and things, it's just how it is now. Okay. Watch the number of people watching just like disappear. Those of you who are patrons are just going to be able to go in here and change it anyway. So it's not going to be too much of an issue. You'll figure it out. Copy and paste. I know all of you could just copy and paste my documents anyway. Hello, Phil. How are you doing, Phil? Too much Latin and French, yeah, Swazi influence, and well, there's too much of that in everywhere. But like that's the nature of English. Anyway, so no armor, because we don't wear armor. Monks aren't pussies. They don't like wearing armor, so we know we're not wearing armor. Simple weapons and short swords. Does anybody get vibes of I am so annoyed that I can only use that as a martial artist monk, warrior monk? I know I do. I don't know about you, but I get definite vibes of what the heck is going on. What the heck is going on? I can only use simple weapons. Let's have a look at what this actually means. So far, so good. Looks like monk gets 1 DP per level per short rest. Are we talking about the unearthed arcana, or are you talking about what I just did? Because I put the monk to a D12 for their hit points. You're going to rock around with no armor. You're going to need more hit points. If you can't move in and out of combat fast, then you're going to have more hit points. All right, so let's have a look at what this means for our unarmored monk. Simple weapons. So I can use a club. Wonderful. I could use a dagger. Wonderful. A great club. Wow. I could use a hand axe. Uh-huh. A javelin. Oh, nice. Light hammer. Does anybody ever remember seeing a martial arts movie and they were wielding a light hammer? A mace. God, it's like I might as well just be wielding a club. Oh, jeez. Look, here we got a quarterstaff. Yes. Quarterstaff, yes. A sickle. Yes. If you've ever watched The Octagon with Chuck Norris, yes, the sickle. The spear. Yes. I agree. Yes, that's good. All right, simple weapons. Do we really have our... Look, the crossbow I'm fine with to a certain degree, because the hand crossbow feels very ninja, feels very martial artist. But I'm down with your go. Right, good, Phil. I'm glad you're down with my go. Any martial arts, as long as it's a good fighter in terms of weapon. So if you look at the Chinese warrior monk and the Chinese martial artist, even the Japanese martial artist, if you look at them, and even if you take it and we go and have a look at like Indian martial arts, they literally can use anything under the sun. There's very few things that they would not use. I would say a light crossbow, fine. A dart, absolutely. Throwing darts, that's our throwing star, our shuriken, absolutely. Fine with that. The short bow, yes, but also the long bow. The short bow, for sure. I feel like it makes sense. The sling, yeah, I don't really, it doesn't sing to me. Now, these are the things we can't use. So we can't apparently use a battle axe. I actually have no problem with that. The flail, why is the flail not on our list? Because the flail should be there. So let's start making a list of things that absolutely should be there. Flail. Flail. Do you know the flail is essentially, if you think about it, the flail is a rice flail for taking the long reeds of rice, and you would smash it with these 2 bits of wood that were connected by a piece of rope. And that would actually knock all of the seeds, all of the rice seeds out of the stalks. That was the rice flail. The rice flail was used by the martial artists because they did not have access to metal. If you look at history, like certain parts of around Japan had a thing, like you could not, we did not want all of the peasantry wandering around with metal implements. So you could not have anything made out of metal. So yes. A kitten grenade. Are you going to add a kitten? Truncheon. Trolls. Dear. Don't you also get monk-specific weapons and improvised weapons feat for free? Well, we'll get to that, okay? Traditionally, the longbow was used by... Now, there was a short bow that was used on... There was a short bow used when you were on horseback, but there was a long bow as well. So they would both be used. So, next, the glaive. Now, there is actually a type of glaive that that was used in Eastern martial arts. The great axe, not so much. The great sword, not so much. The halberd, yes. The halberd. The halberd. Super needles. Kitten grenades. You want to throw kittens. The lance. Now, the lance wasn't something that... Because a lance was used on horseback, and no, it's not quite in the right vein. The long sword, right, the katana, like, the long sword is supposedly supposed to do the same thing. So why do we not get the long sword? Putting the long sword down. Now, I know you're thinking, yeah, but long sword was more samurai, and but no, long sword was still a thing, right? Okay, so we're going to keep that one. We're going to put this down. Let's just keep going. Let's keep going. We're not going to create any new names of weapons because now the maul, not so much. The Morning Star, not really. Okay, the pike, yes. The pike, absolutely. The rapier, not really a warrior monk Eastern weapon. The scimitar, absolutely. It was kind of like, it's the Eastern broadsword, the scimitar. So the scimitar. The short sword, already got it. The trident. Never really saw a trident in Eastern culture used for battle by the warrior monk. The war pick, not really. The warhammer, not really. The warhammer, not really a thing. The whip, I don't think I've ever seen the whip used in Eastern culture by, because they would use a different weapon. It's basically the spear on the end of a rope. They had a very specific weapon that they would utilize. So I'm going to leave that off here. The blowgun, absolutely. Blowgun, why have I not got blowgun? Blowgun. Crossbows are not working. Longbow, absolutely. Longbow should be there. Okay, so I haven't put down every single weapon, but I have put down a lot of additional weapons that I do think should be appropriate for something like the monk. Now, I'm also tempted to put down whip. Now, the reason I'm tempted to put down whip is rather than trying to create a new weapon a completely new weapon for the monk, it might be easier to do that. But right now, I think I'll just leave it. Let's just leave it for now. We'll come back to that. I'll think about that a bit more. The hatchet. Now, the hatchet. Now, hand axe is the hatchet. So I'm pretty happy with that. So Phil, ninjas didn't have man catchers. It was law enforcement that used them. Glaive, yes. Japanese, yes. Halberd, Jin, yes. Exactly. Buried axe. Look that weapon up. Man catcher. I think the weapon selection is more about the narrative. Well, for me, the narrative looks more like that. Going martial arts, yeah. Two-handed sword. Yeah, I guess I suppose you could say that, but a lot of the simple weapons aren't really. I mean, they still required, a metal blade. So yeah, that's where my head is at. So let's leave that list for now. I can always come back to this, and I know that my group will look at the list and say, Fred, there are some problems here. There are things that need to be added, because they always do. The next thing, does anybody see anything wrong with having a monk that has artisan tools or a musical instrument? I have never understood why the restriction is you have to pick an artisan tool or a musical instrument if you're a monk. What the heck is that? Like, I don't get that at all. Does anybody understand? Is this because they assume that all monks play a flute? This is the David Carradine thing, or a few pictures they've seen on the internet or an artwork that they assume that all monks play a flute. I'm sure that's where it comes from. The artisan tool, again, is it because they assume that all monks do calligraphy? or what is the other one? I don't know, something. Anyway, so this here annoys me somewhat as a tool proficiency. I am not fond of it. Choose one type of artisan tool or one musical instrument. And I want to add in another option here. So, and a few of you are probably going to get very angry with me that I'm about to do this, but I'm probably still going to do it. And that is, I want to give them access to thieves' tools. If anything, it annoys me that the tool proficiency you get, you have to decide that it has to be one of these things. So almost immediately for me, I'm wanting to give them a lot more options in terms of the tool that they could pick up. It doesn't need to be thieves' tools, but it could be something else. So let me just have a look at this. What does this look like? Artisan tools. Because I just feel like a monk could be many different things. And so for me, musical instrument, artisan tools. Okay, this is what I'm doing. You can be upset. Choose one type of tool. Getting rid of that word. Screw that. Choose one type of tool or one musical instrument. There we go. I feel much better. That was a simple fix. Simple fix, that one. All right, next. Our strength and dexterity is saving throws. I'm not going to change that. I'm going to leave that perfectly happy with that. Don't have an issue with it whatsoever. But again, I don't like the idea of giving backgrounds a skill because it feels like a superpower. I would much prefer for backgrounds in Dungeons and Dragons 5e to be tool proficiencies rather than a background than a skill. I want to actually, just like I did with the fighter, I want to give them 2 skills that they know straight off the bat. So I'm going to do a bit of a copy paste here, but I'm going to change things just a little bit. So copy, and then we're going to go here, paste. And I think the other thing I wanted to do here, actually, I'm going to do this again. Again, this annoys me. I don't know why we have to restrict it so much, and we do. We just constantly restrict the choices when it doesn't need to be a restriction. I just don't understand why we insist on making that a restriction. Choose 2 skills from the ones you don't already have. Here we go. The monk. The monk has 2 standard skills. And one is going to be athletics, and one is going to be acrobatics. And then you choose 2 more. I actually prefer that as a lineup. Actually, let's see, make sure I just fix this here. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right, so on my preference is I would prefer to not restrict somebody to picking skills just because they are a monk. Oh, you can only have these. Again, I don't understand why it would be necessary to make that restriction. It seems really, really silly. So here they have said starting equipment, a short sword or any simple weapon or any monk weapon. Here we go. You get a short sword or be a monk weapon, and these are your monk weapons. A Dungeoneer's pack or an Explorer's pack. I can't stand that. We did this last time, and I almost feel like I want to rebuild their pack because the Explorer's pack and the Dungeoneer's pack is kind of shite. So I'm almost right now I'm thinking it definitely needs a rebuild on that one. Now I'm just catching up with your chat, people, because it was not catching up at all. The chain whip. So, hang on. Oh, now I've got to watch an ad. I'll just press this button and I'll get rid of this. Okay, go. All right, see. Let's see if I can find... Okay, here we go. The dart rope. Yeah, the dart rope. Weighted nets. Let's do it. Yeah, no, you're right. Let's just add net in there. Net. Net is in here. net. I think it is... It's near the end. So it actually... We can add this as net. Net. Done. Okay, so you guys have been talking for a while and I've missed a lot of stuff. Let me just catch up with this, and I'm going to go and take a break and come back. Give you guys a prompt. I think the weapon selection is more about that. I know we've covered that. Weighted nets. So we've got that there. The rope, the dart rope. Hello, Joseph. Yeah, but I think that I'd have to build a new weapon for it to be an option for the... for the warrior monk. And I agree, it's something that I always wanted to have. I always felt that it needed to be there. You like the Tibetan monks do a lot of farming. Yeah, well, which is fine, but I just don't see why there needs to be a monk that only has certain type of tool proficiency or a musical instrument. So I'm opening that up. Wikipedia has 18 weapons of wushu, including the rake and a great axe. Does it? Okay, good to know. So are people suggesting traditional monks were learned, literate individuals who utilised as scribes and chronicles by others? Yes, but not all of them. It depends on what culture you're looking at. And a blacksmith, you could have a blacksmith monk. I'm sure you could. Also, depending on social rank, nobility have frivolous pursuits, signing what's expenses, calligraphy, court things here. Flute, nunchucks, yes. Well, the nunchucks is just a flail. It's just a flail. The ninja star, which I just always consider to be the ninja star, is just like a dart. It would be do about the same amount of damage. Also, let's know when the dinner is ready. Yes, okay, all right, good to know. Pie monk, probably not celibate. Okay. Techno Viking, rave monk, who wins? I don't know what we're going with. Big kid. So, either we go with an expanded list of weapons for the monk, or we just let them have martial weapons as well. I think that's where we're going with this. It's almost, I've included so many additional weapons for the monk already, but it could well wind up being that we just say, no, they get access to simple weapons and martial weapons. Finished. What's this? I'd just say, I'm just about to say, add weapons as monk at the monk levels. That's not a bad idea, but it also adds a lot of complexity, which I'm not sure is necessary. So, yeah. Because that's not how you train as a monk. They always train you. They always train you on the simple stuff first, and then give you the harder stuff later. But that would apply to anybody. So, yeah. Well, no, because you can have strength monks. Monks aren't just dex-based like that. I know people just assume that's the case because I think, Asian Eastern people are small, so they're not as strong. It's not true at all. It's not true. Okay. Yeah, any skill, any tool that makes sense, honestly. That's what I think, yeah. Kind of like the slicing proficiency instead of the character's social status, background, honestly. Less so the class. The triangle reference. Give them martial. Well, I might well do. So I'm going to put a bracket here. Martial weapons. question mark. I'm putting that in brackets because I'm tempted just to do that. I'm just not convinced that it necessarily needs to be that restrictive. We're not trying to make the monk like the fighter. I mean, I definitely don't want to do that. But I'm putting it as a marker as like, maybe we'll come back to this. I'll even highlight it as well. I'll think about it a bit more. Tool proficiency is happy with that. Now, did I have this right? I'm pretty sure I did. Athletics, because we were discussing this before. No. Climbing and stealth. They wanted climbing and stealth to be a thing. And I can't do too many. So acrobatics, I almost feel like a monk has to have acrobatics. Athletics, because there's so many, it's climbing, it's jumping and stuff like that. Stealth, for me, I think stealth means that you are more ninja than warrior monk. So I'm not going to put it down as a skill that you get. I'm just going to give them athletics and acrobatics as standards, because that makes more sense to me. Then navigating in dark, then archer, drunk, astral, followers, monastery, speak with animals and plants, mind control, smashing objects more effectively, one punch, iron fist. Oh, that's right, the iron fist. I'd forgotten about that. Right, good. Mainly since they need a little strength due to armor, why make them split stats to strength? Well, that's true. That's true. But if you were to play this version of the monk with my rule system, it would not matter. Because I allow people to use dexterity in mazes and monsters, dexterity or strength for ranged or melee attack. Because if you look at how people fight, some people focus more on strength than on speed. And dexterity is kind of related more to speed, right? So I think there's a place to be said, because most weapons, even a long pole, is balanced so that it can be used without having to be that strong. There's a reason for that. Do you know what I mean? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take a break, and we're going to figure out our equipment pack, because I don't like the pack that we currently get for our monk. I think the pack for the monk sucks some serious doo-doos. So let's just do a quick jump over here so I can take a break. There we go. There's my head. Guess what? You get to see the top of it. Well done. And hashtag. Hashtag what equipment. Oh, what equipment should the monk have in a pack? So you guys are going to let me know what you think, and I'm going to come back and use that information to build a new pack for the monk, because I don't like the existing one. That's generally my feeling. Yeah, so coloured belts is a Western thing. They don't do that sort of stuff in Eastern culture. It's designed for a different way of thinking. It's not an Eastern thing. All right, here we go. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Have a think about that question, and I'll be back and we'll add some stuff. Okay. Interesting. I can see a few of your comments in terms of what you think monks should carry. I find it interesting that people think that a monk should not have a pack. That was an interesting suggestion. A satchel filled with caterpillars. They eat the caterpillars, are they? Okay, let's rock on back here. Some of your suggestions are interesting. Some are even very entertaining. Oh man, I lost the fight with the razor blade today, and yeah, it got me good. Got me good. Like, anyway, let's have a look at our list of things, because I don't like the pack that we currently have. I think the pack that we currently have is kind of sucky. So let's fix it. Yep, let's fix it. All right, there it is. Silk rope, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. Silk rope. But is he ready for it? Is he ready for it? This is going to be interesting. Let's have a look here. Darts. 10 darts. So... oh, that's interesting. I didn't even realize there are bullet points there that I don't have on my document here. All right, so that's something to fix, I guess. Bullet point, and then, okay, and then drop this down. That's unarmored defense. Armor. Okay, now let's do this. Bullet point. And then let's take that one, cut it, put it over here so that I can actually build out a pack for them. Okay. Where's my fighter? Okay, so we did that, and we've actually built a fighter pack, did we not? I wonder if I can I get away with just going, what's the word? Can I just get away with just taking that and then trimming out a few things that I don't think should be there? I think that's what we will do. So we go copy, that one. So copy, and then I will just rip out the things that I don't want them to have there. So copy, and then over here, paste. The monk pack. All right. I think monks would be have matches rather than flint and steel in a tinderbox rather than a box. I'd give monks all kinds of alchemical knowledge too. So buried axe, like, it's technology. That's really what all it is. It's just technology. Here. So even if you were a warrior monk, you would still have a pack, so you had adequate things with you. So there's some things that I don't think you would necessarily have as a monk. A backpack, yes. A bedroll, yes. Even a monk would have these things, okay? I think a lot of us assume that the monk walks around with a long pole and a little bundle tied onto the end of it. And that's not how it works. So I think what we will do is we're going to go with here, not a hunting knife. I think we'll take the crowbar away as well. So we're going to take the crowbar and the hunting knife away. Although, for me, I'm always thinking that the hunting knife should really apply to any class, because if you're out in the wild, you probably have it. The crowbar, not so much. So let's take the crowbar out. I don't think a monk says, we're going to have a crowbar, because that doesn't quite work for me. A hammer and pitons. So grappling hook, healer's kit. Like, if you were going camping, do you take a first aid kit with you? If you go traveling, do you take a first aid kit with you? Think about that. I'm going to leave that. A mess kit. Malaria tablets, not so much. A portable shovel, probably not. The axe pick tool, which is very more, I feel more a military tool than anything else. I'm taking that away. A portable shovel, possibly. Malaria tablets, probably not. Because you don't need them. You're a monk. You're tough. Snake bite antidote. No, because, like, you know, if it's kind of like if a snake bites Chuck Norris. Really? You know? It's not Chuck Norris that dies, it's the snake. So it just needs to stop biting Chuck Norris. So that's where I'm going to go with this. 10 torches. Well, you still need to be able to see where you're going. 10 days rations, yes. A water skin, a whetstone. Whetstone kind of makes sense for anybody. 50 foot of silk rope. A compass, probably not necessarily a compass. A small needle, no. A regional map, no. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those things out. Well, if they got a mess kit, they got a frying pan. Give them a frying pan and look at... no, I'm not going to... I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about with a frying pan. Now, what else do people have as a suggestion here? Bedroll. Cool. All right. So I'm taking these things out here, and I don't feel like a warrior monk would be walking around with a lot of gold. So I'm not going to give them gold. Now, how does that look? Not quite there. Does that look better? All right, a monk pack, backpack, bedroll, hunting knife, because everybody should have a knife. If you're going out into the wild, everybody takes a knife with them. A hammer, pitons, grappling hook. Really, that's really for climbing. And I'm kind of inclined to leave that, because if you are going out into the wilds, you probably should be taking something like that. You might not take a harness and a climber's kit, but yeah. 25 silver. Fred Hubbard, does the 25 silver go back to AD&D? Is that something that I've missed? It is a daily must watch. Oh, I know the channel. I just don't watch it all the time. I don't have time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the monk. I'm going to have a look at what they had before as options that they could pick up, and I'm going to decide on what I want to add in there. Now, salt tablets. I'm not taking the salt tablets. Again, I don't feel like monks would need that. They are hardy. They can handle it. They're tougher than fighters. You know, with the features they have, they're tougher than fighters. Also, we're talking about an adventuring monk. Yes, exactly. We're talking about an adventuring monk where actually, if you go out adventuring, you need to take equipment with you. So that's a different thing. Exactly, Fred. Exactly. Silver is still listed in 5e. 25 is enough to buy a few simple meals. Okay, let's do that then. 25 silver coins, is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we got that one down. Hunting knife is a blade. Is that appropriate? I think a hunting knife is appropriate. Yep. It could be knife, it could be hunting knife, but I think that seems appropriate to me. We could change it to dagger. Because you've got to have some sort of knife with you. So that's why I said hunting knife. Yeah, I think all classes would take a knife with them if they went out into the wilderness. I don't know why you wouldn't. I know I always took a knife with me. A knife is like the most vital piece of equipment you could take. If you have nothing else with you, you want to have a knife. Everything else is really not that important, but you've got to have a knife with you, because you can catch food with it. You can cut things. You can make a shelter with a knife. Yeah, it's just essential as a tool. So looking at the Explorer's Pack, you get a mess kit, tinderbox, 10 torches, 10 days rations, a water skin, and some hemp rope. We're going for silk rope. Who gives a shit about this hemp rope? So silk rope it is. Next, the Dungeoneer's Pack said crowbar. We're not going to give them the crowbar. A hammer. We've got a hammer because it got pitons. Torch, tinderbox, 10 days rations, and I give them a grappling hook as well. So there's a couple of things I would like to add in here. Let's have a look at what we've got. I'm kind of losing my voice, so I'm putting a lozenge in. Ah, there we go. There we go. Let's have a look at this. I'm looking at page 150. Adventuring gear. What's appropriate? Abacus, no. Acid, no. Alchemist fire, no. No. Antitoxin, nah. They don't need it. Ball bearings, nah. Barrel, no. Basket, no. Bedroll, we've got bedroll already. Bell, a bell, no. Blanket, no. Block and tackle, no. Not very, a bit too cumbersome. A book, a glass bottle, a bucket, caltrops, a bag of caltrops. And my primary reason for putting that down is because ninja. That's my only reason for putting it in there. Am I wrong? Am I right? I don't care. I'm just sticking it in. Oh, it's really based on logic, Fred. No, it's not. No, it's not, people. It's based on what Fred would like to put in there. Sometimes it's logic, and sometimes it's just something else. Oh, yes. Caltrops. I just feel like it. It's got to be there. Candle? Nah. Crossbow case? No. A map or scroll case? No. Chain? No. Chalk? Why would I take chalk? Any reason? No, not really. A chest, climber's kit? No, too much weight. Clothes? Don't worry about that. Component pouch? Don't need it. Crowbar? Don't need it. I just smashed my way through everything. Fishing tackle. A fishing tackle is something you would have, though. I think if you were a monk, you would take a fishing tackle. Hunting knife, fishing tackle. Yes. Unless, of course, there is nothing to fish for, but fishing tackle. Tankard, no. Sledgehammer, no. Healer's kit. I had the healer's kit, didn't I? Yes, I do. It's still there. Holy water, no. Hourglass, no. Hunting trap, no. Problem is hunting traps too heavy anyway. Ladder, lamp, lantern, no. A lock, no. Magnifying glass, no. Manacles, no. Mess kit, we've got the mess kit. Steel mirror, not really. Oil, no. Paper, no. Parchment, no. Perfume, pick, miner's pick, no. Pitons, we've got them. Poison basic, no. Pole, 10-foot pole, no. You can make your own. Iron pot, potion of healing, pouch, quiver, ram, rations, robes, no. Sack, sealing wax, no. We've got a portable shovel already. A signal whistle, not really. Signet ring, soap. Actually, yeah, that I like the idea of. I actually kind of like the idea of doing that. Let's do that. Soap. I'm going to give them soap. I know you're thinking, why the heck do we need soap, Fred? I just feel like my monks keep themselves clean. Okay? I'm just saying it. I feel like monks, they keep themselves clean. So we're having soap. I'm giving them some soap. How useful is that? Will I be able to soap my enemies to death? Of course you won't. But I'm putting soap in there. Okay, next. What have we got here? So that is our monk pack, which is not a choice A or B thing. It's just a choice. That's what you get. And actually, I have to make sure I do that with the fighter as well. You just get a monk pack. And the monk pack is pretty good. Okay. Not as good as the fighter pack, but it's not bad. Okay. Also, we're talking about yes, another yes. Okay, so I think I may have fallen behind everybody else's comments in the chat, so I'm going to refresh again. And we're going to start working through the monk's features. This is where we're going to do some destruction. Is Lyle? Yeah, Phil, absolutely. Small smoke bombs. No, we're not going to get into smoke bombs. Grappling hook. Well, I guess you might say the grappling hook and a rope combined is now you have something else going on, right? Holy water? No, I don't think so. I don't think the monk should have a knife. But I do, so I'm leaving it there. Okay, I'm giving the monk a knife. Because if anybody goes adventuring or into the bush, you take a knife with you. If you go into the wilds, if you don't take a knife, you're going to die. It's really pretty simple. A belt knife, yeah, exactly. And a hunting knife is a hunting knife, you know. Is it true that most adventures are set in woods, plains, or underground? Well, you've pretty much covered everything, haven't you? The only thing you haven't added is mountains. So, yeah, pretty much. 2 grappling hooks. Oh, I see where you're going with that. I like to throw it in desert, at sea, snow-capped mountains. There we go. Mountains, told you. Smoke bombs. No, we'll leave the smoke bombs alone. Oh, okay, you have desert a lot. Okay. I don't think a monk's going to do so well in the desert myself. Put waterproof scroll tube with a journaling supplies. I know I'm going to leave that off. One of these skill abilities and some points gains, bonuses, a healing kit without having the kit. Anybody can use a first aid kit. If you like, I'm just going to say it. Plaster, cover wound. Okay. Monk would want another pouch or belt in addition to the backpack. Yes, actually, that's true. That's true. You're right. Absolutely agree with that. Pouch. They would. I agree. Done. It's in. Pouch is in. Well done. Yeah. Okay, next. Nice. Soap is the they just glow. No, I think they would have a backpack and pouches. I think too many times people assume that Eastern cultures never used a backpack, and it's just not true. I was like, and that's where the warrior monk comes from, right? So I'm leaving it. I'm making an executive decision. This is not like Wizards of the Coast. Your input is welcome, but I will take the final decision on all of this in the end. he sounds like he's just gonna do his own thing, doesn't he? Yes, he does. Let me keep going. So unarmored defense. I'm fine with unarmored defense. So we're going to not copy. We're going to bold it. Beginning at first level, while you're wearing no armor and not wielding a shield, your armor class equals 10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your wisdom modifier. I'm actually fine with that equation. A haversack, yeah, you could sort of call it a haversack. I think we've buried that one. I'm actually fine with unarmored defense the way it is. I don't never really had an issue with it myself. Unarmored defense for the the barbarian, since they have an unarmored defense benefit too. Their equation is just slightly different. Like, it's dexterity and constitution. This one is dexterity and wisdom. So it's just drawing from a different source. Which is kind of weird, because I don't really see monks as being a class that doesn't have a good constitution. This is where I'm going to annoy some people. Here we go. Let's do this now. Constitution or wisdom. My general feeling is, if unarmored defense, why is it that a barbarian uses constitution as their modifier and dexterity and then adds 10, whereas a monk can't do that? If anything, I would go with a monk might be very much a physically tough individual, or wisdom might be their thing, which means they're using their smarts, because there's a different way of fighting, right? There is the warrior monk that just takes a pounding just like any barbarian might do, I guess, if you're dealing with barbarians. And then you've got the one that's the thinker, the quick, smart individual. So I'm going to give them the choice to go constitution or wisdom. And if I remember right, Fori did something like this with a monk. I'm sure that they did. I think there was something like that here. I'm just looking in the Fori book. Oh no, because they left the monk out in Fori, didn't they? In the player's handbook. It came later. All right, okay. I'm going to leave that there for now. I'm actually kind of fine with that. Natural martial artist, delete monk weapons or change to dex-based weapons or something. Oh, for the martial arts thing? Yeah, okay, we'll get there. So I'm going to say you can go monk, constitution, wisdom. Like, I don't really feel like it has to be wisdom. It just doesn't. Yeah. So I'm going to leave that. Martial arts we're going to keep as is to a certain degree, but there are some changes, obviously. So at first level, you practice your practice of martial arts gives you mastery of combat styles that use unarmed strikes and monk weapons. Now, this is where it needs to change, which are and that's it. The two-handed property, I'm getting rid of. I'm just all of that section, like short swords, simple weapons that don't have the two-handed or heavy property. I'm just eliminating that. So it's unarmed strikes and monk weapons. That's it. I'm not going to put anything else there. Bam. We're just removing all of that there. How's that? That made it simple. Look at that. Just trim that down. So if you have issues with me having made that adjustment, you let me know, and I will think about it. If you can present a good enough argument that might sway me, you never know. You could work it. You gain the following benefits while you are unarmed or wielding only monk weapons, and you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield. I'm fine with all of that sentence. So let's draw this up. And then we have our features, which unfortunately I have not punched in as a bullet point. So we'll do a separation here. And we'll just scroll down. And we'll bullet point. And let's have a look. You can use dexterity instead of strength for attack and damage rolls of your unarmed strikes and monk weapons. I'm actually fine with that because I would always have said that anyway. Isn't standard array for monk wisdom, dex, constitution, intelligence, strength, charisma? I believe the standard advice is for a monk to go dexterity as your highest score, followed by wisdom, and their secondary score, they don't have one listed as a secondary. They don't usually have a. So I guess I'm not sold on the idea that a martial artist has to be a dex-based martial artist. Does that make sense? Although that's a tendency that we have to do. Yeah, I really don't want the monk to be a spellcaster as such. It never sat well with me at all. But then, even the ranger, I have trouble with it being a spellcaster. So those are things that I particularly struggle with. So let's keep moving here and look at the next feature. You can roll a D6 in place of a normal. Okay, so let's do this. In place of the normal damage of your unarmed strike or monk weapon. This die changes as you gain monk levels, as shown on the martial arts column of the monk table. Fine, that's good. When you use the attack action with an unarmed strike or a monk weapon on your turn, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action. There's my problem. I can't stand that. I can't stand that. It's always bugged me. So, for example, you take the attack action and attack with your quarterstaff. You can also make an unarmed strike as a bonus action, assuming you haven't already taken a bonus action this turn. I don't like bonus actions in my my subclasses and my classes. I've never liked the concept of the bonus action. I would much prefer to say that you can make 2 attacks. Do you know why I think of it? I think about it this way. If you've got no weapons in your hand and you punch somebody, you still got another fist you can punch with. So it's kind of like 2-weapon fighting. How is it any different to I hold a short sword in one hand and I hold a short sword in the other hand? Bam, bam, like that. That's where my head is at. It's not like you're getting extra attack, but for me, that's where I'm going with. So, the problem with doing it that way is monk weapons generally did not do that much damage, and so you could potentially wind up with we could wind up with a slight problem with monk weapons. The issue being monk weapons, if they're added in and we've got high damage, that means that somebody's going to say, well, does that mean I can use my halberd or my pike first to make an attack, to strike, and then I can make another attack with the same weapon? So that's like a D12, and that would be at level 1. So there's where the problem lies. And I've never understood why we say, yes, we can use a monk weapon, and we call it martial arts, because it's not quite what I was thinking. Do you know what I mean? Once per turn. When you make an unarmed strike, you can make a second unarmed strike attack. I want to get rid of the word monk weapon. That's where my head is going at. Do you know what I mean? And yes, I agree, and it would be once per turn. And then we get rid of the bonus action shit. Here we go. When you use the attack action with an unarmed strike on your turn, you can make one additional unarmed strike per turn. as Fred has just pointed out. I think that's right, Fred. The wording looks right, you let me know. But I'm pretty sure that then narrows us down to when I use an attack action and make an unarmed strike, I can then use my other hand to make another unarmed strike. Okay, but I also want to stipulate that you need to have no weapons in your hand. Okay, when you use an attack action with an unarmed strike on your turn, you can make one additional unarmed strike per turn if both hands are free. That's where we're going with this. I want both hands free, punch again, punch first time, make your first attack, and follow up, because just like two-weapon fighting, punch again, make another attack. For example, you take the attack action attack with... Now this bit here is going to be a problem. If not holding a weapon. Okay. If not holding a weapon. You reckon that's the wording to go for? Okay. Once per turn, if not holding a weapon. Okay, that's better. If you take the attack action and attack with a unarmed strike. No, this example here is gone. It should be pretty clear now. That one sentence should indicate to you the intention is that we're making attacks as an unarmed strike. It's not extra attack. It's something else. Two daggers. Because why would you do that? A dagger is a D4. You're going to attack with two daggers? As a monk, you can do that with two-weapon fighting in 5e anyway. Right? Anybody can have two daggers and decide attack once, attack next time. But the whole point is that with a martial artist, a monk, a warrior monk, you're better off not to use daggers. You're better off to smash them in the face or in the ghoulies with your fists. So you can already, any character can fight with two daggers. So we don't need to worry about that. That's what I'm going to do with that one. So it looks a little different. I am aware, people. Okay. Certain monasteries use specialized forms of monk weapons. For example, you might use a club that is two lengths of wood connected by a short chain, called a nunchuck, or a sickle with a shorter, straighter blade, called a kama. Whatever name you use for a monk weapon, you can use the game statistics provided for the weapon in the weapons section. Fine with that. Okay, that's good. That's fine. Let's keep that as it is. We're going to call this chi. Okay. I'm going to have a lot of problems. There's a lot of things that are going to have to be modified to change this all up. But anyway, let's make sure I get my table correct. So I don't think I'm going to shift martial arts or unarmed defense. I think they can all go on the table in their old place. So let's do that now. Unarmed defense. Martial arts. And we've dropped down, so we'll need to do some... I might have to actually make this a little bit smaller in terms of text size. Is it down one? Or down two? That's probably better. Okay, down two. Right, so just to squeeze it all in, because it's just not going to work otherwise. There, better. Much better. Okay, good. Let's push you down. Cool. So they all sit where they are. Is it top of the hour already? Okay, I'm going to... Does it? I didn't know that. Have no idea. I didn't realize that. Good to know. Thanks for that. Okay, so let's... While I'm doing this, let's put in this. No, that's not going to work. Let's go down. And +2. +2, and I'm going to put in the martial arts die for this, I think, before I go too far. +2. Next one is change the 3 at 5. +3. 9 is a 4. Next 5 is at 13. Is at 13, and 17 is the 6. Okay, so I just need to fill in all the bits and pieces now. +2, +3, +3, +3. Level 1 is grasshopper. Oh. Grasshopper. Here we go. I'll get. Sorry. It's funny though. It was pretty funny. I thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious, actually. It was just hilarious. Anyway, it's done. Let me just fill in these numbers here. Gosh. Gas hopper. Let's play a gas hopper. And what's a gas hopper? I don't know. You tell me what a gas hopper is. Gas smeller, maybe. Yeah, no. It was an accident. Okay, I didn't spot that. It was pretty funny though. It was hilarious, actually. Ah, dear. Okay, the last two. And here. Now, the martial arts die. The martial arts die for me is, it's 1d6, first one. Now, they've gone as high as a d12, and I was trying to figure out why go as high as a d12. And I think it has to do with the fact that if you look at the fighter and its extra attack, monks have this ability where they can make an attack or flurry of blows, right? Which is great, but I guess the concept being that a d12 is probably still not going to overpower it because the monk doesn't get nearly as many attacks as a fighter. I think that is where their head is at. So that is probably the only reason why their blow goes as high as a d12, because I thought initially that was a bad idea. But then I considered it and I thought, okay, So that means if you are, what level is it that they've proposed it? So at level 1, I can make one attack with my unarmed strike, bam, and if using my martial arts, I can then make another attack, bam. Fine, happy with this. Then I was thinking, okay, so what's the deal here? How is this going to be any different to another character? And I'm thinking, well, 2-weapon fighting is essentially the same. It's completely almost completely equivalent, apart from the bonuses you're adding, unless you've got something that allows you to do this. 4 guys hiding in a closet who had only beans to eat. The last 4 days, self-serve gas chamber. Okay. So now if we think about a character who's now sitting at level 17, and with their first unarmed strike, they make a blow and they're using a D12. And then their second attack as part of their martial arts would be a D12. Plus their bonuses for damage, which any other character is going to have. But then extra attack comes into play, correct? So we think about extra attack. And I was thinking about extra attack quite a lot. And you get extra attack at level 5. And that's it. So at level 5, you would get 3 attacks. And they're all D12s. How many attacks does a fighter get? If we think about how many attacks a fighter gets, well, they're getting, have a look, they could go 2-weapon fighting too if they wanted to, but they get another attack at level 5, so it's kind of equivalent to a fighter, but not quite, because the damage output you're doing is going to be a little bit more if you're using a D8. But later on, at level 11, you get another extra attack. And then at level 20, we get another extra attack. So it means there's going to be a point somewhere where a monk is going to be slightly better than a fighter at doing damage output, potentially. But then later on, the fighter will outstrip the monk, or be almost equivalent. I don't know that it's necessary to do that. I don't know that I need to necessarily push the fighter's extra attack by much, if any. I'm just thinking in terms of, like, is it going to be necessary? Extra attack at level 5. And the crossover and the change and the upgrade is an 8. So they're just going to be, but by character level 11, they're going to be doing even more. But then fighters have also got martial maneuvers, which allow them to do a lot more damage if they want to with their martial maneuvers. So I don't think it's going to be an issue, honestly. I had thought about it, but I think it's going to come down to testing and trial. I think that's going to be the thing to do. The fighter will get magic weapon, so their damage output will go up more than just the class says. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. So let's have a look at what the Unearthed Arcana has done with this schedule. And it looks to me round about level 5 they get the jump. And then at level 11 they get another jump. And I'm going to have to get one of my buddies to do the maths on this. I know they can. So I think that I'm going to leave it to them to figure out the maths on that to make sure it's right. So we're going to go D8 at level 5. And then I believe is it D10 at level 11. And then the last jump is at level 17, D12. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do this. This is fine. 1d12, 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 and then the d10. So the d10 progression is actually quite long, isn't it? It goes on for ages. It goes from 11 to 16, so it's 5 levels, isn't it? It's 1d10, 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 1d10. Okay. And then the progression for 8 is about 5 as well, isn't it? Is that what they've done? They have. Okay. So the progression near the tail end and the beginning are a little bit shorter, but in the middle it's all right. Okay. D8, 1d8, 1d8. Because extra attack means that you're probably going to be able to still outpower the monk in terms of damage output with a fighter. It's just calculated differently. Because I expect people to use their martial maneuvers as a fighter quite a lot. 1d6, 6, and 1d6. Now, chi points. Chi, or ki. Chi. I think the progression in terms of chi, or discipline points, or ki, or whatever the heck you want to call it, I don't know that the progression needs to change. I actually think the progression is fine as it is. So I'm not going to play around with that. I'll do that later. I don't think that's important to worry about or focus on. So we're going to forget about looking at that right now. I will take a break very shortly, but I want to move on to the next thing, which is level 2. Cheap points. They are cheap points. You're right. Yeah, right. They are cheap. On the hit, yeah. Apparently I've got a phone call coming through, people. I might take a break now. Hello, Fred speaking. Hello. That's gone. Good riddance. All right, let's do this. Okay, no, we're not going to take a break. We're going to go back because apparently that phone call didn't get through. Sweet. Glad to hear it. Moving on. Let's have a look here. Done this. Martial arts, done that. The biggest problem with martial arts is going to be, is it going to step on the toes of flurry of blows? I think that's my biggest issue. Is martial arts going to be just as good as doing flurry of blows? I actually don't have a problem with that in the slightest, because I'm happy for it to work that way. For me, it kind of makes sense. I never understood why we had martial arts and then we had flurry of blows. If anybody ever could see a point in having a distinction, I don't know that I saw that it was necessary to have a distinction at all. But we'll continue on this. So starting at level 2, and we're going to bold. Starting at the second level, your training allows you to harness the mystic energy of chi. Your access to this energy is represented by a number of chi points. Your monk level determines the number of points you have as shown on the chi points. Okay. Points column of the monk table. You can spend these points to fuel various chi features. Oh, here we go. This is going to be interesting. You start knowing 3 such features: Flurry of Blows, Patient Defense, and Step of the Wind. It almost drives me nuts when I think about this. You learn more chi features as you gain levels in this class. I don't even know if I like the way this is working. So keep going down here. When you spend a chi point, let's call it a cheap point, it is unavailable. Okay, when you spend a chi point, it is unavailable until you finish a long or short rest. No, I'm getting rid of that. The short rest is going to be a long rest, at the end of which you draw on all expended to yourself. And you finish a long rest, at the end of which you can draw all your expended chi back into yourself. Move Flurry up to level 2 because we gave double unarmed strike. So I have an idea for this because Flurry. I don't not honestly think that Flurry of Blows needs to be here. So bear with me. I've got an idea of how to do this because I feel like Flurry of Blows and what we've done now is essentially the same thing. We just need to shift that. I don't actually want Flurry of Blows to be powered by chi or ki at all. You must spend at least 30 minutes of rest meditation to regain your chi points. Okay. So no, that's not what I want. You know, this whole thing up to level 4. Hi Itchy. Hey Fred. We're doing 5e stuff. Neat. I might understand it. Well, yeah, I don't know. You may or may not. Just bear with me. So here we go. This is interesting. But you're also going to find my calculations a little odd, people. So let's go here. This I want to get rid of. I don't like the idea of getting chi or key points back after 30 minutes or a short rest. So I'm ditching this. Don't get too upset, people, because it's not going to matter. Because once you see what I do, you'll understand a bit more. Some of the chi features require your target to make a saving throw to resist the feature's effects. The saving throw DC is calculated as follows. So this is just a few bits of wording adjustment. We're going to go chi, not ki. And the chi saving throw, not ki, but chi, is your Constitution or Wisdom modifier. Does people starting to see where I'm going with this? Because if anybody has any understanding of the concept of chi, there is certainly a degree of wisdom and control of your body coming into place. But it's also very much the fact that you have, it's very much around your physicality as well. Like chi is it's sort of like a combination of the two. Your ability to control your body, and the two come into play. So I'm putting Constitution or Wisdom modifier. Is this going to go down badly? I'm not sure, but we'll soon see. Next. So the first thing off is I've always had a problem with key expending or requiring to be used for certain features, and we get 3 at level 2. Patient defense, step of the wind, flurry of blows. You can spend these points to fuel various chi features. You start da da da. Okay, so this is where things are going to probably mess with you just a little bit. Flurry of blows. Immediately after you take the attack action on your turn, you can spend 1 key point, will be chi point, to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. Again, I don't want to do that way. If anything, I want to move flurry of blows away from that, and I want to put something else there. What's this, itchy? I hit the deck and went prone at the end of each turn. If we found ranged attackers, because standing up only took 5 feet of movement. Yes, I understand. I understand what you're going with this. Defense, patient defense. So this is going to be what's the word? What's the word that I could say that is going to probably when I think so much he's not as a power gamer. Yeah, well, I'm not trying to build this to be a power gamer play style or class, even though my group is full of power gamers. Flurry of blows right now does exactly what our martial arts does. But the wording bonus action is there. And you know how I feel about bonus actions. I just deleted it, people. See flurry of blows? Copy. Sorry, cut. I'm cutting it out. I'm actually going to put something else there. Okay, here we go. Paste. Flurry of blows. When you use your attack action, when you make an unarmed strike on your turn, you can make 1 additional unarmed strike per turn if not holding a weapon. No key point. No flurry of blows at level 2, because flurry of blows is now essentially level 1, because it's the same thing. Does that make sense, people? Do you understand what I've just done? Okay, all right, hopefully you have. Okay, so next, patient defense. Step of the wind. Neither of these abilities should be powered by key. I've always hated that fact. It's always pissed me off so much. So, why am I saying it should not be powered by key? You can. You can take the dodge action on your turn. As a bonus action on your turn. The problem is that I don't want them to be able to do step of the wind and dodge as well. So I kind of might have to live with the bonus action being there, because I can't take it away. But I can get rid of the requirement to use ki or chi. You can take the dodge action as a bonus action on your turn. And it would only come into play because of your chi feature at level 2. So at level 2, you get dodge, which is very much equivalent to, guess what, the rogue's feature. Did anybody notice that? Like, dodge is sort of like, that's the level 2 cunning action, isn't it? No, they don't get it. But we're going to give it to the monk. We're going to give them dodge. Rogue doesn't get this, but as a bonus action at level 2, without using ki or chi, you can do it. Bonus action. How are we feeling about that, people? Step of the wind. Because you don't get to use the hide action as a monk at level 2, but the rogue does it not? So I think that's what I'll do. Step of the wind. You can take the disengage or dash action as a bonus action on your turn, and your jump distance is doubled for the turn. So you can. How game breaking is that? So now you can disengage. You know how we were talking about uncanny dodge, I think a higher level for a rogue. So disengage, dash, bonus action on your turn, and your jump distance is doubled for that turn. So this is, let me just point out again, like if we have a look at the rogue's cunning action at level 2, it doesn't require, there's no resource management, you can just do it. Okay, and it says here you can dash, there's disengage, and we don't have hide, but our jump distance is doubled for that turn. So it's kind of equivalent to rogue. So what makes it different, the monk and the rogue different? What makes it actually different? Well, the monk's going to wind up with dodge, disengage, and dash. And the rogue is going to get dash, disengage, and hide. That's the difference. And there's no use of any kind of silly chi or key, but you can only do that at level 2. And it's part of that. So we need to have a feature at level, let's say, we need to have a feature at level 2 that does use key points that would be beneficial in some way. So there needs to be a new feature, because I just removed Flurry of Blows from level 2 and poured it back into the martial arts side of stuff. Okay? I'm not building the rogue right now, so we don't need to worry quite so much about that sort of thing, but here we go. So I won't do that yet. So this is my question to you, is I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to come back and see what you have thought of. I already have an idea. I just need to run it past people so they got an idea of where my head is at. What feature at level 2 should we create for a monk that uses chi or key points? That's my question to you. I want you to think about that a little bit, because it's a limited resource. What can we use? How can we make that work? So have a think about that. I've already got an idea myself. I'm going to go take a break, come back and see what you've come up with. Anyway, so let's just do this. Break screen. I will be back in about 5 minutes or less. Wow, Phil's really firing it up. You've got a lot of ideas there. Okay. All right, so since we're talking about the fantasy of playing a warrior monk, like many people, I've watched way too many kung fu movies. Okay, particularly when I was younger. So I've already got two ideas that I thought were like just about right. So we'll see how we go. I'm looking at your ideas, Phil. Nothing kind of quite grabs my my attention apart from your first one, which is like to increase your defense. But I'm not going to use patient defense. I don't want to do patient defense that way. So I've got a better. I think I've got a better idea of doing for doing this. So I'm gonna whip it past you, but I want to explain why I've done a couple of things with the monk. Why I removed the requirement to use or fuel your patient defense or step of the wind with a key point. Almost immediately we can see that disengage and dash are already things that a rogue can do, and they can do that every single round if they really wanted to with a bonus action. Okay, so I don't think it's busted. Jumping, like the extra ability to jump distance, like how many times do your characters actually jump in the game? It's like, this is not Donkey Kong. You're not playing Donkey Kong, so it almost never comes up. I mean, it'll be great when you do have to jump, I guess, but I mean, that's about it. So there's another thing that I had wanted to point out, and that was, where is it? Here we go. So what we have here is we have the barbarian at level 2. This barbarian can use what's called reckless attack, which means essentially that they get to have advantage when they're making attacks. So they're making attacks. So the counterpoint to that is like, okay, instead of doing that, we're going to make it harder for our... So I feel like reckless attack and dodge are kind of complementary sides of the same thing. You know, if you look at the barbarians, reckless attack, and we give the monk dodge, is something that they don't have to expend, because like if you look at how the barbarian's feature works, you just have to state you're going to do it. You just have to state that that's what you want to do. Okay? Throw aside concern, force, and when you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on your weapon melee attacks, or melee weapon attacks using strength, blah blah blah. So until your next turn. So like, I feel like it's a complementary side of things. So these, totally agreed. Dodge, disengage, dash should cost a bonus action, having to choose between them. That's what I wanted to do. The only reason I didn't take away the bonus action side of them is I wanted them to burn up the bonus action, because this is supposed to be compatible with 5e, and I don't see any other way of doing it successfully. But I need a feature that burns up key points, since you get how many key points at level 2? Well, you get 2 key points, and then you're going to get more key points later. So what can we do? These are my propositions, and part of your suggestions, Phil, I have taken, but it'll look a little different. One is called Iron Fist. For anybody who's ever watched the comic book Iron Fist, you may understand where I'm going with this. The next one is called Iron Body. Okay. These are new features that I'm about to create to do something with. Okay? And it's quite deliberate on my part to make that part of it. They are not going to be bonus actions, but they will chew up ki, or chi. We're calling it chi now. Okay, so I'm doing this quite deliberately so that there's something to use that chi with, and it needs to be worthwhile. Now, if you've ever watched a martial arts or kung fu movie, there's a thing called the Iron Fist. And the Iron Fist is when you channel your chi or the energy in your body and you are able to exert an extremely powerful blow. But you can only do this once. Like it's something that's quite rare. You know, it takes a lot of energy. To be able to do it multiple times, you have to be quite a lot more advanced. So it's very difficult to do. So what I'm going to suggest is Iron Fist gives you 1d6 force damage. Now you might be thinking, but Fred, that sounds almost identical to the rogue. Doesn't the rogue get sneak attack, and their sneak attack damage is a d6? And you're like, yeah, that's true. That's very true. But the rogue's sneak attack is not a limited resource. Okay, they can keep doing that over and over again, and they get that d6 at level 1, not level 2. Whereas your monk won't get it till level 2. Okay? So I'm going to build in Iron Fist as a key point expending feature that does 1d6 force damage. And it won't scale. Because you won't use Iron Fist after a certain point. You just won't use it. I can assure you. There will be other options that make much more sense. The intention is that Iron Fist is only there until you move on to the Stunning Strike features. Because Stunning Strike is going to get a few more features, people. Okay? Is that overpowered? Have a think about this. Is it? You might do a little bit more damage than the rogue around level 2. And after level 2, you probably won't. By the time we get to level 5, a rogue will still be doing more likely be doing slightly more damage than a monk. And you won't be doing anywhere near as much damage as your fighter because they have their martial maneuvers. Because they have a D8 and it goes up. So that's where my head is at with that. That's what I want to do with the monk. Those are the things I think should extend it and expend key points. Okay? So we're going to do Iron Fist first. Pardon me. Okay, so what's the best way to word this? That's the question. So Iron Fist, Iron Fist, Iron Fist, Iron Fist, Iron Fist. Martial arts. Scroll through this thing. Martial discipline. Flurry of blows. No. Here we go. Okay. Let's do that. Copy. And transition over. Take out the formatting. That didn't work. Undo. What's the wording that I need to use? How do I write this? You can spend 1 chi point. How's it going, Sir Rill Nil Mill? How you doing? Maybe good for a non-lethal blow in a street fight or taking hostage, or sounds good for later. So yeah, so this is where I'm. So the damage type that you do with your Iron Fist is going to be a little different. Okay. So we need 8.2 to do 1d6 force damage. As in your chi is actually, or your blow is actually penetrating into the person, which is why I'm using force rather than bludgeoning damage, okay? You spend 1 chi point to do 1d6 force damage when you hit with a unarmed strike. Once, okay, unarmed strike. So that means you could probably use it more often. I think this is probably one feature that is going to be the one that needs to be tested the most. I can see that now, because if you have more chi points later on, which you do get more chi points later on, you're going to get level 3. You're going to get 3 of them rather than 2 of them. There is the possibility of being able to truck out a little bit more damage as well, rather than doing something else. But I still want to leave it there as a possibility. I'm even tempted to call the 1d6 a d4. A d4 would probably be my next choice at level 1. So whether the Iron Fist does a d4 or a d6, I'm not sure. It might well need to be toned down. But right now I'm going to look at it as a d6. Or do I want to make it a d4? No, I'm going to put it as a d4. I'm going to make it a little bit less. So it gives you a little bit of a benefit. You can spend 1 chi point to do 1d4 force damage when you hit with an unarmed strike. There. So you could do that twice before you need to take a long rest and regain all your chi. But your patient defense does not use chi, and neither does Step of the Wind. All right. That's what we're going to do. Next one. This one I'll explain and then I'll write it. So if you've watched Wong Fei Hung, Once Upon a Time in China, or you've seen other martial arts movies or kung fu movies, there's a thing they do. They use their chi and they make their body just harder to actually penetrate or do damage to. And they're using their chi to do that. It's like they're contracting their muscles and they're using their chi, and they just become harder to injure. And so I want to duplicate that again. So you can spend 1 chi point to do to increase your armor class by 1d4 for a round. So on average, your armor class would go up by 2. It's not a huge benefit, but you're using a chi points, which is going to expend stuff. I was tempted to make it a +1 bonus to armor class, but I'm going to make it for 1 round. 1 round when you use it. So you can spend 1 chi point to increase your armor class by 1d4 for a round. I don't know how people feel about that, but that's how I want chi to be used. I want it to be able to do a little bit more force damage and make your armor class a little bit better. And things like Patient Defense and Step of the Wind are things that you get because you have chi, but you don't expend chi to use them. I don't know how people think about that, but that's where my head is at right now. So I've added, instead of there being 3 features at level 2, there are now 4 features. Okay? There's Mighty Smarch there, Itchy. Where can I buy Fred 20 role-playing game? So the role-playing game that I've been making is not for sale. It's free. You just go to Patreon and download it. Draft 1 has been written, but Draft 2 I finished yesterday, and I'll put it up onto Patreon very shortly. It is much more stripped down, people. It is intended for you to build on top of it. It is not intended for you to be restricted by things like short rests and bonus actions and reactions. It's a much simpler animal. I just remember having the iron thumb like the button smash. Yeah, exactly. So let's go back into here and have a look. You start knowing four such features. Flurry of blows is not, because you're going to get flurry of blows as part of your martial arts at level 1. You get iron fist, iron body, patient defense, and step of the wind. And you learn more chi features as you gain levels in this class. But they won't necessarily be using chi points, people, because that's another thing that I dislike. Increasing armor class by proficiency bonus +2 up to 6 curves with the D4 at level 2nd, placing it at 17th level. You're keeping the same proficiency. Oh, is that right? Is it? +2 to 6 with the D4 point at D4. Paces at level 17 if you're keeping the same proficiency curve. It's not actually a bad idea, Phil. You can spend 1 chi point to increase your armor class by your proficiency bonus for 1 round. For 1 round. I don't really want the Iron Fist feature to scale. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're suggesting a straight out flat number and it scales, which means you would always be able to use Iron Fist and Iron Body. I see where you're going with this. It's not a bad idea, Phil. And actually, it's not a bad idea. I've always been very against using proficiency bonus as a measure, but it's actually not a stupid idea at all. How do other people feel about that? We now made Iron Body something you could use a chi point to increase your armor class by your proficiency bonus for a round. And so now the question, now we beg the question: do we need to have Iron Body and Iron Fist tied to a bonus action? Since I'm not eliminating it, I'd suggest Iron Fist be an extra martial discipline die per key up to. Yeah, I know where you're going with that, but I'm kind of wondering if maybe that's not. I don't really want to do that if I can help it. I don't want to go an extra martial eye die. The reason being is I have a couple of other ideas around stunning strike that I wanted to work with. So I don't really want Iron Fist to be able to be pumping out too much damage consistently. Let me just have a think about that just a little bit more. You can spend 1 chi point to increase your armor class by your proficiency bonus for a round as a bonus action. Maybe we make Iron Body a spend something. The problem is, would you choose Iron Body over Dodge? Dodge is advantage or disadvantage. Bonus action on your turn. Lasts for a round. Iron Body is a static number, which later on becomes... Okay, alright, I see. It's Monk's Might, so you might be what you want here. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm actually tempted, Phil, to actually not have them blow everything too. That's another thing. You can spend a chi point. It is available until you finish a long rest. Okay. Or chi points as you gain levels in this class. So okay. No, I don't think so. I know, I see, Phil, what you're going with, but yeah. This is a lower level feature. I don't want it to be able to compete with the higher level features. I do want Iron Fist to become redundant at some point. Okay, you can spend 1 chi point. So let's see this. Okay. You can only spend one chi point per round. Now, by doing that, it means that I won't have features that require you to use multiple chi points. So that limits design in terms of there's no chi points that cost 2 points or 3 points of chi, because you can only spend 1 chi point per round. I actually like that idea. And that reduces them trying to do too many things, because the other thing is the higher you get in level, they're suddenly going to try to blow all of their chi points all at once, which just winds up making them too much to deal with. And I think actually that's not a bad idea, Fred. Let's do that. You can only spend 1 chi point per round. Let's do that. We're also going to make this slightly different. One, you get a static bonus, dodge, iron body. No, it's based on what I think a monk should be able to do, actually. It's not so much built on the barbarian at all. You can spend 1 chi point to increase your armor class by your proficiency bonus for a round when you use a bonus action. If I'm not getting rid of bonus actions for patient defense, step of the wind, let's restrict iron body as an option. Iron body, is essentially, it's a much more, I guess iron body winds up being a more reliable number to add than dodge, but you could use dodge. It is there as a, okay, so let's do this. You can spend 1 chi point to do your proficiency bonus in force damage when you hit with an unarmed strike as a bonus action. Are those sentences clear, people? Movie monks, yeah. No, I don't want a resource. I do not want a resource that is proficiency bonus. If we're going to have a resource like chi points, and we're not getting rid of chi points completely, which was always, that was actually percolating in my mind, is like, how can we have a monk and we just do not have chi points or key points anymore? I think I'm going to do this. I think folding flurry of blows into martial arts is just a better idea. And giving us iron fist, iron body, patient defense, and step of the wind. So there's 2 that use chi points and 2 that don't. You get one that gives you more options, so you become a bit more mobile, or you become harder to hit, but it's sort of, you're at the mercy of the dice. Using a chi point is still going to be more beneficial, because you get a standard proficiency bonus add to that, and it scales. So okay, all right. But they will probably wind up becoming more obsolete as you get more stuff available to you, which is fine. I'm not too worried about that. Okay. Are we happy with this? I think we are. I think I'm ready to move on. step of the wind, unarmed movement. Let's do the bolding. Starting at second level, your speed increases by 10 feet while you are not wearing armor. No, turns do not equal rounds. So a turn is, if you're the monk, you would take your turn, right? You have an action, you have a bonus action, you have movement, and you have a free action or an interaction. Okay, you also get one reaction, but you take that on somebody else's turn, usually. That's what you get. But a round refers to everybody taking their turn. Everybody in the party takes their turn. That's a round, and the game master or dungeon master. So that's a little bit different. Okay. When you are not wearing armor or wielding a shield. This bonus increases when you reach certain monk levels as shown in the monk table. So we've got that. I don't want to change that at all. I'm fine with that section as it is. And we've just given you a few more options with the chi, and that's fine. So at 9th level, you gain the ability to move along vertical surfaces and across liquids on your turn without falling during the movie. This brings me back to Remo, the movie Remo, where he runs along water. I'm actually fine with that too, actually, as it happens. It hardly comes up. I mean, honestly, it almost never comes up. So we can leave that there. That's fine. I don't think we need to worry about changing any of that. That's all good. Masonic tradition. This is where things are going to get a little messy. I'm going to change this a little bit here. So let's go back and just add into the table the things that we have retained. We have chi. Surfing. Yeah, I don't know about surfing. We've got a monk that surfs. Unarmed. Unarmed movement. Chi and unarmed movement. Good. Right. Next. Scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. This is where I'm probably going to change the scale that we have. Because we call it a Masonic tradition, whereas really for me it's just a martial archetype. You like the table? I'm glad you like the table. It's getting there. So there's a couple of things that I want to deal with. The way of the open hand, detailed at the end of the description, is is one for open source. So this here, I don't care about that, the open hand, but I do care about the progression. The progression isn't the progression I want. So we're going to go here. We decided level 3, level 6, level 10, level 14, and level 18. Because I'm going to use that progression for all of the classes. So, and it's just about rewording and renaming this. Do I want to use the word Masonic? Masonic tradition. Does it really need to say Masonic tradition? I guess it is trying to distinguish it. I almost feel like Masonic archetype is fine with me. We'll see. I'm going to have a think about that. We're not there yet, but we will be soon. Okay, so yeah. Actually, maybe I should ask that question in chat. What name do you prefer? Like, maybe I should ask that question in chat. Let's do that. Might as well. There's a couple of you here. I'm not really sold either way. I don't really care quite that much. So let me Let me just pull this over. And we are now 3 hours into it. I should take a break, and I will. So I'm going to enter this poll. Did you check out the Unearthed Arcana for the monk? No, most people it's 56%. Yes, 22%. Just watching 15%. Just what is it? 7%. Yeah, I could include a link, but I won't. Here we go. So now let's go here with a new poll. What do I call the monk subclass? So do we call it martial archetype? Martial archetype. Do I call it Sonic tradition? Here we go. Tradition. Do I call it I've moved it. I've moved, so there, it used to be sort of, they're all over the place, but anyway. Sonic path. Masonic. God, that's not really a word, is it? Masonic. What is it? This one here. All right, I think I've got it right. Let's see how people vote. So I've put in a few suggestions. Pick something. So yeah, I've made the subclass progression a little bit different. Okay, I've made the progression look a little different to what it was before. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or less. Not monktastic. All right, I'm just getting comfortable, people, that I'm almost back in. All right, let's have a look at what you've been voting on, and we'll see how we proceed with this. Because it'll be interesting, I'm sure. I like the way goes along with Doism. Right, I see. You like the way. Negative space. Yes, there is a group of tattooed monks, a few that pluck their hair out, not shave or cut. What about a D&D? What about in D&D? I was that not part of the D&D. Maybe on someone else's homebrew. I don't know. I don't quite understand. Negative space. I'm a little bit lost. I thought it was cool. Could come up with cool ideas where the tattoos came from. Like them first. Okay, appear on a monk when a monk defeated a magic monster and stole their powers or something, and now I passed them to the monk. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that for the monk myself. So for me, look, I don't like subclasses. I feel it's lazy. If you're going to have a class, just build the entire class from scratch. Do you know what I mean? Because really, subclasses was just an excuse so Wizards of the Coast didn't have to do quite so much work, and they didn't have to have quite so many classes because there's a lot more space. They take up a lot more space. You can actually squeeze more subclasses into a book than you could in an entire class. So it's just an opportunity to try to give players just a little bit of a taste of something, but not really that much, since you're only ever going to use about 3 of the subclass features because you're only going to get to about level 10. And the other ones you're never going to get to play with, right? That's often what would happen. Or maybe you'd get 3 of them, and that was it. So yeah, I really dislike subclasses, which is why I am much more around, like, if we're going to do something like that, it needs to be something completely new. It's yeah. Appear on a monk. Not sure where the magic tattoos started. First I saw was them being used on Critical Role. Okay, yeah, the magic tattoos. I don't have a problem with magic tattoos. I just don't want it to be a monk specific thing. But where the tattoos? Yeah, okay. So there's a lot of tattoo talking going on here. I call it yes. Winner got those special powers. I was tattoos again. Okay, path. So, right, let's have a look at the poll. It seems to me that Masonic tradition and Masonic path are even Stevens with 4 votes. Tradition, path. God, I actually hate the word tradition so much. So I'm going to call it path, since I could roll a dice, but I don't need to, so I won't. I'm just going to make a decision. I'm going to go that way. I mean, I'll see what my group says. They might change their mind about how we want to call it. Although I suspect they don't really care about that sort of stuff that much. So they won't really like. I don't care what it's called, Fred. I just want to know what it does. That'll be what the discussion is. Just tell me what it does. Subclasses was an opportunity to add more subclasses in every new book, thus making players buy the books that are mostly DM's info. Exactly, Fred. It's one of the things. It's the lie. It's the lie about like what you're getting, and it annoys me a lot. So Masonic path is what we'll call it for now. Third, commit to a Masonic path. Your path grants you features at the first path. path grants you features at 3rd level and again at 6th, 10th, 14th and 18th level. Okay. I feel like that's a reasonable progression, so yeah. So 3, then 4 levels, then 4 levels, then 4 levels, and then there's nothing because we're at the end of our progression. Okay, so that's fine. And we'll bold this, and I will go and look at this table of mine and make a few adjustments in terms of name. Do I want to do that? Yes, I do. I do want to do that. Masonic path. Path. I still don't like Masonic path that much. Prefer way over path. Fine. I mean, honestly, in the end, I don't really care that much. It's probably the least important aspect of the whole process, if you ask me, is naming this thing. Masonic way. Way. I don't work today. This is not a work day for me. It's Friday in New Zealand, so I don't work on Friday. Pretty sure it's Friday. Is it Friday? Yep, it's Friday in New Zealand. So I don't go to work on a Friday. Yeah. So I'm going to be here for a little while. There's plenty of time to get stuff done. And I just want to, I really, if anything, I want to work through the standard stuff and then port over my ideas a little bit later. I think that's going to be a bit smarter to do it that way. Okay, so we just need to make a name change in here. It's the way. It's very Star Wars, very Mandalorian. The way. It's the way. It's getting in the way. Your way grants you. Your way, your path, your way. Grants you features at there. Right, so deflect missiles. Not quite so worried about deflect missiles and how it's written, honestly. Starting at 3rd level, you can use your reaction to deflect or catch the missile. Catch the missile when you are hit by a ranged weapon attack. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your monk level. Did I want to change that? I'm actually fine with that. Okay, that's good. If you reduce the... Okay, so that's that bit. If you reduce... Let's have a look here. Right, let's just move this up. If you reduce the damage to 0, you can catch the missile if it is small enough for you to hold in one hand and you have at least one hand free. If you catch a missile in this way, you can spend 1 key point, and it's going to be a G point now, G. And I'm going to keep that expense because I think throwing back a missile that you have managed to catch should cost you chi. I've never had a problem with that. Yeah, no, thank you, Fred. I do appreciate. I don't want to get myself into trouble, for sure. You can spend 1 chi point to make a ranged attack with the weapon or piece of ammunition you just caught as part of the same reaction. You make this attack with proficiency, regardless of your weapon proficiencies, and the missile counts as a monk weapon for the attack, which has a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. None of that is actually a bit of a problem for me. I'm actually fine with all of this. Let us do this bit here. Ability score improvements, we're not going to change any of that. I've never had a problem with that. We're going to keep that progression. When you reach 4th level and again at 8th level, 12th, 16th and 19th, You can increase one ability score of your choice by 2, or you can increase 2 ability scores of your choice by 1. As normal, you can increase an ability. You can't increase an ability score above 20 using this feature. That's fine. Okay. Using the optional feats rule, you can forego taking this feat to take a feat of your choice instead. And I'm fine with leaving that there. So we will just push this back up. Leave that there. Let's move on to slow fall. Alright. Bam. Let's do slow fall. Beginning at 4th level, you can use your reaction when you fall to reduce any fall damage you take by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level. Did I ever have a problem with slow fall? I don't think I ever had a problem with slow fall. I actually think slow fall is fine. Deflect missiles. Okay, so the deflect missiles is level 3. I don't think I'm going to move that. Was I going to move it? Probably not. I just don't see any necessity in actually worrying about deflect missiles. So deflect missiles. Deflect missiles can stay at level 3. That's fine. Okay, what was the other one? So let me scroll here. General rule. General 5e rule, no. You know, we don't want them increasing above 20 unless they're using magic items. It's better not to have that, if you ask me. So, deflect missiles. And then slow fall is level 4. I'm actually fine with that. Slow fall, level 4. It sits right here. Slow fall. Never had a problem with slow fall, honestly. So yeah, I'm happy to leave it where it is. That's fine. Next. Moving down, moving down, moving down. I think it reduces full damage a bit too much. You reckon? It probably does. But I honestly, I did not see any point in worrying too much about it. Falling damage comes up so rarely. Like, you know, falling from a height and the amount of damage that you take, like it's a ridiculous amount. Granted, I agree. But again, it comes up so little. And it's one thing that makes the monk stand out. Like if you're going to fall off something as a monk, you're probably going to survive. Again, you wind up with that superhero landing for sure. I totally get it. Okay, extra attack. Beginning at 5th level, you can attack twice instead of once when you take the attack action on your turn. So essentially, most monks are going to be making at level 5. They'll be making 3 attacks, and they'll be making 3 attacks at, is it a D8? Probably. Yes, they will be. So that's going to push up things by a little bit, isn't it? By what? An extra 3 points of damage? It's not really. I don't think I need to worry about that. Okay, so let's see. Extra attack. No, extra attack. Extra attack, fine with that. Is it level 5 we start getting Stunning Strike? It does. I think it is Stunning Strike. This is where things are going to get complicated. Right, Stunning Strike is level 5 as well. And it must absolutely expend Ki. Ki or Chi points definitely need to be expended by using Stunning Strike. Because Stunning Strike is just such a good feature, to not have it being using And it's only ever going to be, you're only ever going to be using one chi, so it's not going to be a problem. Increasing ability scores non-magically, that respectively for the previous levels, like if con went up to at 6th level, I get 6 more points or just 1. Generally, they can. The con bonus applies to all levels, but DMs have ruled differently. Yep, that's about right, Fred. Absolutely. Okay, I'm just moving on. Okay, starting at 5th level, you can interfere with a flow of chi in an opponent's body. This is what we want. Chi. When you hit another creature with a melee weapon attack. Now, I have always hated that. I do not want a melee weapon attack. You can spend 1 key point to attempt a stunning strike. Screw that. I'm moving that out. When you hit a creature with an unarmed attack, unarmed strike with an unarmed strike, that's better. You can spend 1 key point to attempt a stunning strike. That's how it should work. I don't like it when you get to use it through the weapon. That I've disliked for a long time. So, yes, I want to force our monk to have to actually use an unarmed strike to use the stunning strike. I don't like it going through the weapon. It's always felt really hokey and weird. The target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of your next turn. I have no problem with that. All the rest of that is fine. And because you can only do 1 stunning strike now, because I've restricted that you can only use 1 key point, so you can only ever use stunning strike once. You can't have 3 attacks and then use a chi point for every single attack. So even if you have 3 attacks, you could not make them all stunning strikes. That has always been way too good. That has always been way too good. But we have given the monk a lot of other things that really sort of make it work. No singing swords. No, I don't want a singing sword for my monk. Thank you very much. So stunning strike, unarmed strike. Okay. Let's go here. Extra attack, stunning strike. But I'm doing a little other thing with stunning strike 2, people, which is probably going to cause some trouble. But here we go. Stunning strike. All right. So where was the information I had written down? I'd written down some information that I needed to port over here, which I need to build. I haven't built it yet, but I will. Where are you? So there is a couple of things I need to add in with stunning strike that I wanted to sort of build in, and they would be built around what level you are. The saving throw DC. Oh, you want to know what the saving throw DC is? Saving throw DC is, where is it? It's under Chi. Chi. Here we go. So the saving throw is for your Chi. When you're doing anything with your Chi is 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your Constitution or your Wisdom modifier, whichever is higher. Okay? You pick one of those. And this steers away from our monk being a spellcaster. That's what I wanted to do. So that's what I've put there. It always means that using, something with a saving throw is not going to be quite as good as the likes of a spellcaster. And I have no problem with that. I'm fine with that. Save DC for stunning has typically been pretty beatable. Yeah, but my general feeling is if the monk is using con or wisdom modifier, it's probably not going to be a problem. It's probably not going to be a problem, if you ask me. And the stunning strike is like pretty impressive. Like, you know, once it does get through, it's pretty debilitating. So let's have a look here. Right, so this is where things get a little odd. I'm going to add in a couple of things here that I haven't mentioned. Yes, you're gonna have guild as part of your Masonic tradition. I haven't covered it yet. I'm doing all of the standard stuff in the classes first because I can port a lot of stuff over for the other things later. I just wanted to fix this stuff. So next, 1-inch punch. One inch. Come on, Fred, get it right. I want to include a 1-inch punch. I want to include, and I will write that up later, and I also want to include a dragon kiss. Whoops, dragon kiss. Which I'm going to put a question mark beside as well. So they will be part of your stunning strike, but they will do a bit more at certain levels. They will mess with the opponent a lot more than just their standard stunning strike. There will still be a chi point to use, but they will open up and be available at a higher levels. I just haven't decided what those higher levels will be. I'm tempted to go level 10 stunning strike, level stunning strike level 5, level 10, level 15. I'm kind of tempted to do that. Yeah, so anybody who understands Kiss of the Dragon is really Kiss of the Dragon is from the old Jet Li movie. Where he does this maneuver, pressure points, strikes them, and the person bleeds from their eyes, nose, and mouth. I really like that a lot. So, but also the 1-inch punch is probably most people are familiar with it because Bruce Lee used to go on about it all the time and demonstrate it. But it's not his creation. Anyway, that's beside the point. Key and powered strikes. I'm going to keep key and powered strikes to a certain degree, but not exactly. Okay. We're going to go bold. Beginning at 6th level, your unarmed strikes count as magical for the purposes of overcoming. No, count as magical. That's all I want to do. I don't want to say anything about overcoming resistance or immunity or anything like that. I just want to say they count as magical. And I am tempted to push Empowered Strike a little bit higher, frankly. But I guess the thing to remember is you're not getting a plus to your damage, you're not getting a plus to your hit. It is just counted as a magical blow. And that's it. So, yeah. So your unarmed strikes count as magical. End of story. Just the unarmed strike, not your weapon attacks. Your weapon attacks don't count. Just your unarmed strike. That's it. So empowered. That. I'm going to push this down. Unarmored movement. At 6th level, your unarmored. It's messing with me again. Okay, your unarmored speed. Okay, your unarmored speed bonus increases to 15 feet while you are not wearing armor or wielding a shield. Okay. Pressure points works. Think pressure, acupuncture. Yes, I am. That's coming. Dragon's Kiss. Yeah, exactly. I think the Kiss of the Dragon is going to be the one that's going to be the most nasty. That's the one I think is I'm gonna make the most brutal. So this is there. That's fine. Evasion. A lot of the monk stuff, you'd be surprised, I actually don't have a lot of issues with. I think a lot of people might think, don't you have a problem with it? No, I'm relatively happy with a lot of it. What is going on here? There's something odd going on here. Where is it? Let me find it. Unarmored movement. Unarmored movement. That is level 6. 15. Okay. Yep. That's fine. But we don't actually have to type it into there because it's not really necessary. So we're just going to be going with the key and powered strikes. Key, which is now chi. Key is now chi. 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 Empowered strikes. Right. Cool. That's that. And then level 7 is evasion, and I actually have no problems with evasion either. I don't think I've ever really worried about it. Stillness of mind. It's all right. Stillness of mind. It's all right. So let's go back to where I was. Yeah, this has got to be changed. That's not right. G empowered strikes. That's that. Evasion. Bold. Yes, spicy Korean cabbage. That's the one. So at 7th level, your instinctive ability lets you dodge out of the way of certain area effects, such as a blue dragon's lightning breath or a fireball. When you are subject to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you instead take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw and only half damage if you fail. So we're going to leave evasion. I'm not going to move that at all. Stillness of mind. Again, as I said, I don't think I worry too much about that. Starting at 7th level, you can use your action to end one effect on yourself that is causing you to be charmed or frightened. Now, yes, that's fine. I'm all right with that. Is it a good enough benefit? It's very situational. It's not going to come up a lot, but if you are charmed or frightened, it would work. Stillness of mind. There's actually something else I would like to add to that. I'd actually like to add something else to stillness of mind. What's the other feature that I would like to add to there? I think there's something else, but what's that going to look like? Heightened metabolism. What do they put here? Heightened metabolism. If you spend at least 1 minute resting, you can give yourself all the benefits of short rest. Oh, no way. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Screw that. No, not a chance. While you are wearing armor, wielding an acrobatic movement, you can blah. No, not going to worry too much about that one either. I don't really like a lot of what they've done here. Designation, self-restoration, charm. They've moved things around a little bit. Anyway, let's have a look. Let's go back to this. Magical effects. No, it's more mind affecting stuff. I'm actually charm kind of falls in that realm. I'm just wondering if there's something else that I want to include, because the mind affecting stuff is the stuff I'm thinking of. Unconscious, no. Stunned, no. No, I don't want that. Stillness of mind, no, I don't think so. Restrained, no. Prone, no. Poison, no. Petrified, no. Paralyzed, no. Invisible, no. Incapacitated, no. Frightened, deafened, charmed, blind. Actually, I think it's fine the way it is. I think ultimately it's fine the way it is, because there's other things that crop up later on that are related to your monk and how it works. So let's leave that alone. Let's go down. Unarmored movement improvement. So we get that one. So we'll just go with the bold. And at 9th level, you gain the ability to move along vertical surfaces and across liquids on your turn without falling during your movement. That I'm fine with. I meant stillness of mind versus mind affecting magic and so forth. Yeah, I guess. I mean, a lot of the mind affecting stuff is charmed and frightened. And yeah, I don't think it needs to change, actually, now that I think about it. Unarmed movement improvements. I don't think we need to deal with that. Let's have a look here. We're getting through this. Level 9. Level 9 has got nothing there, but so we can probably put the table into the table. Doesn't really need to be there. I know. The improvement is not the same as the other one, is it? Unarmored movement improvement is very different. Like, you're running across water, aren't you? Unarmored movement, level 6, increased speed. And then we have unarmed movement improvement, which is you're running along liquids, which is again fine. I think it's very monk-like, frankly. So let's leave that there. Unarmored movement, no movement improvement. Okay, how are we looking? We're looking all right. Sweet. Great. Lovely. Happy as can be. So, moving along. Improvement. Yes, yes, yes. Because the dragon, 1-inch punch, we'll come back to them. I will highlight them so I remember that I need to work on that. Cool. Stillness. Okay, so purity of body. At 10th level, your mastery of ki flowing through you makes you immune to disease and poison. And I actually am. Are all charms equal enchantment? Yeah, to a certain degree. Um, was there a problem here? I'm just trying to think about it now. God, I so hate the perfect self um, of the monk. It is such a painful feature. Um, no, I'm actually surprisingly the biggest problems with the monk is just the reliance on everything to do that uses chi or key. So once you sort of eliminate that requirement, it helps quite a lot. It's level 10. Unarmored movements, bold, 10th level your unarmored speed bonus. Bonus increases to 20 feet while you are not wearing armor or wielding it. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. And we will be doing this Tongue of the Sun in a second. So, where are we? Purity of body. Let's just scroll on up. Now, I had put Masonic tradition here, so we were still going to be doing that. So here we go, 10. Purity of body. Kimchi is like sauerkraut, but different ingredients in a way. Okay, all right. No problems, negative space. Thank you for being here, man. I am just working away through the basics of this right now. Anyway. And at level 11. So this is probably one time where I might shift something. Purity of body I might shift because there's a space. And I've moved Masonic tradition or Masonic way. I've moved it. So maybe I should make it 11. That would just make, yeah, I think we should do that. Cut. And paste. Does it matter if I move it a little bit further on? Probably not. I actually don't think it would matter in the slightest. Purity of body. Make it to a level 11. Let's go down here. And purity of body, level 11. Got that one. Level 13. Level 11. At 11th level, your mastery of gears. Right, let's put it at level 11 now. That's better. That table's really helping. Okay, Tongue of the Sun and Moon. Starting at 13th level, you learn to touch the chi of other minds. Again, I actually have no problem with this because it's not combat. So you can understand all spoken languages. However, any creature that can understand a language can understand what you say. Okay. Moreover, any creature that can understand a language can understand what you say. Starting at 13th level, you learn to touch the minds so that you can understand all spoken languages. Moreover, any creature that can understand a language can understand you. I've never really liked that feature. I don't know how people feel about it, but I've always felt like it could be something else. And I'm just trying to think about my notes and what people had said to me in my group about what we wanted to do with this. And is there anything that had stuck out for me? No. I always struggled with trying to understand what the heck they were trying to do here. is that this is one of my biggest issues, is this tongue, the tongue of the sun and moon. I always struggled to understand what was trying to happen here. And I guess my temptation is to simply make this telepathy. But does that throw off your concept of what a monk does? Okay, all right. Let's do this. 13th level is probably not a problem. 13th level is probably perfectly fine for what we're trying to do here. I need to shift the space and position of this. Cut. I need to put that here. I guess telepathy is very psionic, and if a monk was going to have anything that was kind of almost super powered, magical, I guess psionics would make more sense to me. I guess that's where my head is at with regard to that. Is like, it's tempting to make it, because one of the problems I've found with this feature is it causes a lot of confusion at my tables. In the past, it's always caused a whole bunch of slotting confusion, and I would frankly just rather make it they have telepathy. It's a 13th level feature. At 13th level, I definitely am happy. I mean, what level do spellcasters get telepathy? Let's answer that question. But I would be kind of happy to just make it function like telepathy, but not give them the spell. How's it going, ET Base? How are you? T for telepathy. Telepathy is an 8th level evocation spell. So that's quite a high level spell. You have a telepathic connection with a willing creature. But let's have a look here. How high a level? It's probably not going to work, is it? Level 8. It's level 15. So we'd be essentially giving the monk the ability to use telepathy much sooner than a spellcaster. Yeah, but I mean, detect magic for a 13th level feature is pretty shite. It's pretty shite. The wizard is the same. 8th level telepathy. You know what? I'm going to do it. Screw it. It's like, it's one feature at level 13. It's one feature at level 13. Whereas most spellcasters are getting a whole lot of other things as well. Like 13th level, we're getting, you've got access to a couple of different extra things you can do with your spells, where this is only doing one thing. Okay, let's look at AD&D First Ed Edition, the Monk. Before I do this, before I make this change, but I'm very tempted to do it because the features always annoyed me so much. Monk, page 30. What is this? Monk. Qualities, assassin, amongst athletics, mental, and because this needs to be like a progression from I want my monk to astral project. Okay, they'll be able to astral project. So it's not really on par with First Ed Edition. But is it on par with mythology of the warrior monk? That's the, I guess, the next question. So what's this? Shaolin monks are a tiny sect of Buddhism and almost never leave their monasteries, but I am expecting to believe that the DD&D counterparts are roaming all over the medieval European... Yeah, probably. From a half-cast... So a 13th is fair for an 8th level spell as a dedicated feature. And I think that's it. And it's not going to be... I'm not going to list it as a spell. Starting at 13th level... You learn to touch the chi of other minds so that you can understand all spoken languages. You gain access to telepathy with other creatures, provided they have a language. Whoops. What do you think, Phil? Does that sound about right? Does that sound like, is the wording reasonable? Is it clear enough? You gain access to telepathy with other creatures provided they have a language. So as long as they have a language, you can talk to them. So you will not be using tongue of sun and moon to talk to animals or plants. Okay, I do not want to be going there with the monk, but they can talk to a creature that has a language. Thinking Remo Williams, exactly, E.T. The adventure begins. Long live, revive his name. Yeah. So that is, I think, what we'll do is we'll give them telepathy with a creature as long as they have a language. So level 13. So let's just go back to the table. Level 13 has got a nice big spot and hole in it, so let's do that. And okay. Tongue of the sun and moon. If gain access is recurring in this document, good to go. Okay, all right. All right, so it sounds like we're all good there. I think that's right. Language, here we go. Okay, you gain access to telepathy with other creatures provided they have a language. Right, see it, that's all right. That's all cool. Cool. Actually, I'm not going to. Phil, I know I could stipulate a range, but maybe the best way, actually, maybe that does make a bit of sense. If you can see them. Yes, let's do that. You gain access to telepathy with another creature provided they have a language and you can see them. There. Let's do that. Let's make that happen. That's the thing now. Diamond Soul. Okay, beginning at 14th level. I don't know about this. Your mastery of Ki, which is now Chi. Chi grants you proficiency in all saving throws. Yeah, it's fine. Additionally, when you make a saving throw and fail, you can spend 1 chi point to re-roll it and take the second result. Yeah. It never really bothered me, that one. You can communicate telepathically with a creature you can see. Yeah, okay. Probably better. Yeah, okay. Phil, thank you. complicate, telepathically, telepath. So people who don't know, Phil does a lot of design work on his channel in live streams with any creature you can see that has a spoken language. Spend one key. Yeah, no, that's right. It is going to be chi. If I haven't done that, I'll fix that up. Okay, so that's that one. And beginning at 14th level, so do, and we go chi point. Right, cool. So, beginning at 14th level, your mastery of chi grants you proficiency in all saving throws. Additionally, whenever you make a saving throw and fail, you can spend one chi point to re-roll it and take the second result. Fine with all of that. This here is just a progression. There's not really much that we need to do with this other than bold it, separate it, change it to armor. Speed. That's weird. You are not wearing it. Yes, that's fine. So, Diamond Soul. Timeless Body. Geez, the monks have got a lot of features. Diamond Soul, 14th level. Okay, Diamond Soul, 14th. Diamond, oopsies, Soul. And I think we're good with that. Diamond Soul, Timeless Body. We'll do Timeless Body. Geez, I'm almost at the end of the this stuff. Thankfully. So last time I did this, it took me 2 sessions to get the fighter done. It actually took me longer. The reason being is that there's just a lot of work to do. Okay, it actually takes ages, as I discovered. I would love to think that I can sit down and in one session I just bang it all out, but it just doesn't happen that way. Timeless Body. At 15th level, your chi sustains you. Sustains you so that you suffer none of the frailty of old age and you can't be aged magically. Here's one of the problems with Timeless Body. Phil, tell me if I'm wrong. Does anybody understand when you are supposed to die then? You can still die of old age. However, in addition, you no longer need food or water. Now that's fine, but here's the thing. So there's a thought that, you know, if you can conserve your energy and you don't actually have to eat food and water. So you've literally kind of become immortal. Yeah. Yeah, Phil, that's exactly what I was thinking. Timeless Body has always been a problem for me. One, for my head to understand what's going on, and 2, for players who I've played with to figure out what the hell is going on with Timeless Body. Timeless Body, in its essence, is good if you're playing an older version of the game, but 5e is not an older version of the game. Because in older versions of the games, there were monsters that would age you, and so you did not want to be aged. Okay, you could be aged magically. But let me explain my understanding of this. So at 15th level, your chi sustains you, so you suffer none of the frailties of old age, and you can't be aged magically. You can still die of old age, however, and that is the one sentence that has always troubled me. Because here's the problem. What does the player and the game master or dungeon master determine for your species, race, or ancestry, heritage, whatever you want to call it? What is that cutoff point when you get to that certain age that you are no longer able to function and you die? It is this one sentence, right, that little bit there, is the one that has always pissed me off. It's always frustrated me so much. Because it's so weird. It's so odd. Now, I still want them to be able to die. I still want the monk to be able to die at level 15. But they're no longer going to die because of old age and because they have to eat and drink. That's essentially all I want to do with Timeless Body. Do you know what I mean? Timeless Body points out that we have not paid attention to aging for far too long. AD&D and 2E had the tables for aging and effects on, yeah. So for me, it makes sense that you don't die from aging. There's no real max age in 3, yeah. Earlier, so, yeah, it's a legacy problem. So I'm actually fine with saying, okay, if you don't eat food or drink water and your age won't kill you, you've essentially, at level 15, you've become immortal but not indestructible. That's essentially what you're doing. And that's, I actually have no issue with that. So Timeless Body works if we change this. But it's not at this point. So this is where I'm going to, here. You can't die of old age. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just like, if there's an effect that would age you, you just can't die. You can't die of old age. Let's do that. So, at 15th level, your chi sustains you, so you suffer none of the frailty of old age. So in other words, you could have a character who's a monk who's 120 or 250. And believe it or not, there are people who do exist, apparently, that are that old. And you can't be aged magically. You can't die of old age. In addition, you no longer need food or water. That is all I'm going to put down, people. That is my change and fix for that. It's as simple as that. Yeah, you're immortal but not indestructible. And the wording, I think, so do I need to add that wording in? Do I need to make it that clear? You are immortal but not indestructible. Yes, a monk could hibernate indefinitely. Yeah, exactly. Yes, The Last Airbender is a classic example of this, yes. So, let's do this. Because you are immortal, but not not indestructible. So the monk, out of all of the classes, is the one who's heading toward godhood more than anything else. I want to actually do a search and do the define immortal. Define immortal. Live forever, never dying or decaying. So it's a little mixed. A member of the French decay. Immortal being, especially a god. Okay, so using the word immortal creates problems because it says never dying, and we still want you to be able to die, but not of old age. So adding in the words that I just added in actually will confuse things. You can't die of old age. End of story. Get rid of... So you can't die of old age. Bang. Let's put that in there. But you are not indestructible. But body is not indestructible. I think that's the wording I will use. Using the word immortal will confuse things. In addition, you no longer need food or water. Okay, that's better. That's better. Good Lord. Who would have guessed things would get as complicated as this? That empty body's just waiting for me to tear it to pieces. Anyway, let's get back to the table and update the table. Level 15 is timeless body. Okay, timeless body, done. Next. And then we're going to go to empty body. That's my notes. Empty body. Let's do empty body next. Beginning at 18th level, you can use an action to spend 4 key points, well that isn't going to happen, to become invisible for 1 minute. During that time, you also have resistance to all damage but force damage. No. Additionally, you can spend 8 key points to cast the astral protection spell. No. Without needing material components when you... No. Oh, it's so awful. Empty body is such a giant nonsense. I'm just trying to think how I want to fix this, because this is a little bit of a pain. I'm going to just do this bit here so that it's done. I don't have to think about it after that, because that's just a very simple adjust. I'm fine with it, how that is all is. Perfect body is god-awful feature. Empty body is a mess. It's always the tail end features of the monk that are just so whack. Okay. When I think about what did empty body do in the past, let's have a look. I need to have a look at a few different things here, people. So give me a second while I do that. Looking at Dungeons and Dragons 3.5, or do I want to look at 4E? No, 4E didn't have a monk anymore. So if I look at monk 3.5, since 4E didn't have one, what do they do with this? Monk 39. Is there a way of fixing it without me having to refigure everything out? Monk. Slowful. Purity of body. Gee, so much of this is exactly the same as 3.5. If you picked up version 3.5 of Dungeons and Dragons and you looked at it and then looked at 5e, you'd think you'd pretty much be looking at the same book. It's so close. So close, people. I have noticed that myself. Empty body. At 19th level, a monk gains the ability to assume an ethereal state for 1 round per monk level per day. Oh god. As though using the spell ethereal. Oh god. She may either go ethereal on a number of different occasions during a single day, as long as the total number of rounds spent in the ethereal state does not exceed her monk level. That's level 19. Level 19! And that's how they want to do it? You've got to be kidding. Empty body. Does that even make sense? Empty body is such a terrible feature. I mean, that one is a little bit better, but God, it's awful, isn't it? All right, let's have a look at another book. I don't think that first ed edition AD&D is going to help me, but I'll look at second ed edition. What's this? What are people saying here? Sorry, I missed stuff. In the words of Owls, this is reasonable. Yeah, it's a good flavor text sentence, but not mechanically relevant. Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. Lord of the Rings, elves can live forever. They don't age past middle age. Yeah, pretty much. 18D, it was 1,200 years for max age of elf. They didn't die, but they would go into an undying lands. Yes. Elrond, Monologue, da. I keep wanting to turn invisible. I honestly, this is what I am thinking. I actually think that empty body should be you just become invisible by you spending a key point. But it's not like greater invisibility. So if you make an attack, cast a spell, it would still work like the basic invisibility. But it's and I would not put a restriction on how many times you would use it. I really dislike the resistance to damage. I despise that a lot. And I actually really hate the astral projection stuff in empty body because I have something else that I want to do with that somewhere else. So this whole bit here, 8 key points, astral projection spell, I've hated. So we're going to delete that. Right now, I was going to get rid of it anyway. So I might as well get rid of it now. Let's just have a look. But I am actually, Fred is exactly where my head is going. Is like, we'll just give them invisibility. And I don't even necessarily think we need to put a time limit on it. So let me have a look. It is a 18th levels feature. 18th level. Like, here we go. Monk. Well, rogue, bard, monk. So the monk is not actually in second ed edition, but it's in first ed edition AD&D. Interesting. Odd, but certainly interesting. So that book doesn't help me. That one didn't help me. 3.5 didn't help me. Let's have a look. I will look back at the monk at first ed edition. And if I can read through that and just galvanize a decision about this. Because I find the last couple of features that the monk get to be the hardest to wrap my head around. Because they're so whack. On self only. That's exactly what I'm going to do, Fred, but I'm doing that somewhere else. I'm not doing it here. It's not going to be part of empty body. I decided that it was actually, I could give it to them earlier, but I honestly think we can, because it would work just for them. It is still very highly situational. No, exactly. This is where my head is at. Geez, Fred, we're on the same wavelength. That doesn't happen very often, does it? So, where is this? Magic, notes, monks. Here we go. We actually have a bunch of different titles for the monk. I found the titles table. It's very tempting to type that out, but we can do that anytime. Monk. No. We kind of got like an ESP ability already. We've just done that, actually, as it happens. Diseases. Alright. Self-induced catalepsy. So it can be dead. Yes. Hypnosis, telepathy, Mind blasts. Interesting. So that's actually quite very much in line with the original monk. And then what do you got here? Oh, oh my God. Quivering palm. The old quivering palm. No, you go do your work, Phil. Totally appreciate you being here. Thank you for being here. So the old quivering palm feature is here as well, and I'd forgotten about quivering palm. The old quivering palm feature. Oh my gosh. They'd mentioned it too. So, how do we make that look? Magic items. Empty body. Okay, so first things first. You can use insect names. Yeah, you can. You could. I don't think my group were gonna be very happy about me doing that. It'd be funny though. Let me just go here and just add in here, because I know they're gonna say it, because they keep saying it, talking about it. Quivering palm. So I think there's going to wind up being 3 different features that will potentially be fairly ruthless, or at least, yeah, something like that. So, empty body. I don't know even if empty body makes sense. Timeless body makes sense. Empty body, I don't know. It just, yeah. Change 1. It's inchworm, 2 glowworms, 3 grasshoppers. Yeah, absolutely. So, what's the best way to do this? Empty body has to be something that is going to use key points. Beginning at 8th level, you can use your action to spend 1, not 4, 1 key point. Key point to become invisible. That's it. I'm not setting a time limit of 1 minute for an 18th level feature. How long does invisibility actually last? Let's have a look at how long invisibility actually lasts in the game. It's like an hour, isn't it? Am I wrong? Does invisibility last for an hour? I'm pretty sure it does. This is one of the reasons why I've always sort of disliked the epic boons that they created, because they're really sort of tame. Like, how epic is that? For a 20th level character, you're going to have an epic boon that looks like that? Wow. Okay. Invisibility. Okay, here we go. Invisibility normally lasts, its concentration, it's one hour. I don't care about that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Quivering palm might wind up being a feature that you get at higher levels, and you only get once a day. Like you have to finish a long rest. I don't want to put quivering body into empty body. It's actually, I've made it part of the stunning strike. There are 3 things. I'm going to give them a 1-inch punch, dragon kiss, and a quivering palm. Let's put here once a day. Once a day. So as per the spell, which we're not going to use the spell because again, monks are not spellcasters. We're going to use empty body and structure it a little bit differently. Okay, so beginning at 18th level, you can use your action to spend 1 chi point to become invisible. Anything carried or worn by you is invisible as long as it is on your person. Okay, first thing. The invisibility ends when you make an attack or cast a spell. And no concentration. I'm not going to have concentration. I'm going to leave concentration off it. It's an 18th level ability for a monk to be invisible, and I haven't stipulated a time limit, but it's not going to matter. Do you know what empty body is now doing? Empty body is an infiltration skill. At 18th level, we don't need to worry about time limits at this point. Honestly, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think calling it empty body makes sense, though. I think we need to call it something else. Empty body as a name makes no sense for becoming invisible. Stalking body, yes, maybe stalking body, okay. But we need to rename empty body because it doesn't work. I totally agree, Fred and Cyril. I absolutely agree. I think empty body, it's never worked well for me as a conceptually, but the way it works now, I'm not so worried about. During that time, you have resistance to all damage, but force damage. Now, I'm not fond of that. That's one thing I don't like. I would much prefer to get rid of this. Because honestly, I don't know that it's necessary. I don't think it's needed. So as soon as the monk uses this feature and they try to make an attack or they cast a spell if they've tried to multi-class, which is possible, invisible body makes much more sense. It really does. Absolutely. Invisible stalker, yes. Invisible stalker, well, we've got a lot of body features. We've got timeless body, we've got diamond soul. Let's go invisible stalker. Let's go invisible. It's going to be invisible. Stalker is too far. I think stalker is not going to work. I don't want to go invisible body, but I don't want to go invisible stalker. We need a different word. We need a different word for it. Let's call it something else. Invisible infiltrator. Is that what we want to call it? I have no idea. Cyril, I have no idea. I have no idea. How does body look? Invisible body. No, I don't like it. Invisible self. Self. Okay, so let's try to solve this problem. I'm going to rename something, and I want to give it a name that it seems right. Infiltrator. Thesaurus. Saboteur, subversive, Trojan horse, underground. Gatecrasher, infiltrator, invader, interrupter, interloper, interferer, burglar. I think I'm going to infiltrator. I think that's what we'll do. I think we're going to call it that. Because that's what it's designed to be. Essentially, is invisible infiltrator. And during this time you have resistance to all damage but force damage. I'm eliminating this. I don't like that feature at all. I mean, it's certainly toned down the feature. Unseen intruder. Geez, Fred, that's pretty good. Invisible infiltrator. No, I think I'm going to go with invisible infiltrator. Thank you, guys. You really have helped sort of nail it down for me. I think because I looked at unseen intruder and then I thought, actually, do I really want to say that? It's weighted too long, too far across. It's a bad thing. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with. Well, they're both kind of like that, aren't they? No, I'll go with invisible infiltrator. That makes more sense. Let's get rid of this shit. Let's get rid of that. Invisible infiltrator level 18. Much better. Much better. Much happy with that. I should probably be taking a break, shouldn't I? But I've got half an hour and I'm finished for the day. So let's go over here. And where are we? So level 18 was going to be invisible infiltrator. I'm going to make it earlier. I'm not going to stick it in level 18 because I've got my patron gift that I want to give out. So invisible infiltrator. Oh no, that's not right. It's a little bit off. Infiltrator. So we'll make it level 17 instead. Timeless body is level 15. That's fine. Empty body is now invisible infiltrator. Instead of being 18, it's now 17 because I wanted to shift it. So let's do that. Okay, 17. Oh, 17. Where are you? It's 17th. Okay, lovely. Very good. Much better. Next, the last feature, which is awful. Let's get real. This feature has always sucked. I've never liked it. I don't know why anybody would like it, but it's there. It does exist. At 20th level, when you roll initiative and have no key points remaining, you regain 4 key points. No, screw that. It's so bad. It is so bad. What did I do with the fighter? Because I did something with the fighter that's a much better. And Maybe I should just take a break and then come back for the last few minutes and just smash it out. Let me think, people. Perfect self, perfect self. So, copy. Let us take this. Because regaining, like, rolling for initiative... I've... It's insulting. Yeah, it is. It really is insulting. So this is part of what I'm going to do. So it's not clear where it is, but it is there. So that's perfect. We're going to keep perfect self. I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with this. At 20th level, your character is gifted some of the properties and powers of a deity. Your character can select an epic boon, and then I need to give them some other features. And I am not sure what to give them, because I do not want to give them the same features as the fighter as part of it. Just giving them an epic boon should be good enough, right? But you're level 20. It is infinite key, but I don't think... I guess the point is that you're just doing what you did before. You're not doing something new. Does that make sense? Yeah, with the system that we have, you're never going to use 4 key points in a round anyway, because you can only use one, and you might use at the most in a battle 3 key points. And at level 20, you have 20 key points. Most battles you're only going to use 3, right? If that, and then, well, you probably will be. And so how many battles can you get through? Well, you're almost going to get through 6 or 7 battles. So I don't think regaining key points is the answer here. I honestly think that something else is required, and something like the fighter, but not the fighter. So I'm going to copy this bit here, and this is where my biggest hassles lie. Because I don't like to do this. This is the fighter, and I want to do something else because it's perfect body, or perfect self. So I just don't know what it will look like. All right, I definitely need to use the toilet, and I want to come back. Eliminate 1. A character can speak with a deity, a worship, patron, entity once a week. Yeah, this here, I don't think that's necessary. I think that first one, gone. I agree. Okay, so, yeah. Yeah, I almost feel like I'm going to have to really think hard about this one. This is much more difficult. This is much more difficult, this one. I really do feel like it. I'm going to go use the toilet because I'm having a hard time thinking about it. I'm going to give you 5 minutes less. I'll come back and I will start thinking about how to jerry that, because I don't know what to do with it yet. The last stretch. No. Down on the burns, remove 1. Monk's notes 1. Level 20, gain ability to use martial weapons. Haha. No, not weapons. Monks shouldn't need weapons. That's exactly that's the point. It's they shouldn't need to have weapons. That's what a fighter's about, weapons, and we're not really doing that. So you're excited for the titles? Well, let me just shift this across. So here's my biggest problem. I don't like this bit for the monk. Perfect self, level 20. I want to still give them an epic boon, but I don't want to give them the epic boons that are available for a Wizards of the Coast. Epic boons are terrible. So I'm going to leave this as highlighted, and this needs to be changed. I haven't decided how to work with this yet. Gee, thanks. Couldn't you let me have martial weapons at level 2 when I needed them? Which Fred has given the monk at level 1. Exactly. That's exactly it. We're not doing all deal weapons. Weapon stuff is pointless at level... Like level 20, you don't need that stuff. That's really not what you're after. And unless you've played to level 20 or higher levels, maybe you're just not aware of that. So this is what I'm going to do, is I'm going to leave that undone and unfinished because I'm not sure how to solve that problem yet. I'm going to put in here perfect self. Perfect self. And relatively happy with most of this. I want to port in some of the features that I'm going to create and fix for the monk. And I want to do that pretty much now before I go. So that's second level. Right, how many levels we're dealing with? Yeah, so we're dealing with this. Third level. This is where we need to have it. Third missile stuff. Okay. Let's put it right here. How about being able to summon a cloud and walk among the winds? Yeah, I don't know about that. It's funny though. Let's have a look here. Let's go back. So even this is the. It's got to be comparable, but it can't be the same. It's got to be comparable, but it can't be the same because that just isn't fun. Like you want them to feel different. And right now, it's not going to feel different if I do this. So there's going to be in yellow until I figure out the solution to this. So back to where I was. Third level. Right here. I'm going to take the feature. Now I actually changed this feature, which is guild member. So guild member is going to look a little different for a monk compared to a fighter. So when you see what I've got here, you're probably thinking, oh, what's going on here? Well, it's still going to look very different. It's quite involved. There's a staggered. There's one at level 3, one at level 8. It's staggered. And I'm going to take this and copy, paste it into here. And this is what I'll be having to work on next time, which will speed things up a lot. But it also needs to be highlighted. And it's probably not going to be called guild member. It might be called something else. What am I giving at level? Sokobotsu. Give that at level. What is that? I have no idea what we were talking about here. Fred, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're mentioning. Let me do a cut and paste and see if I can find it. The caps lock is on. Yeah, that's causing a little bit of trouble. Let me just jump over to this. And let's find that thing that you've typed in here. What is this? What is that? Paste. Let's define it. What is it defined as? It's a kind of Buddhist mummy. In Japan, the term refers to the practice of Buddhist monks observing asceticism to the point of death. It's Buddhist mummy. I see where you're going with this. You are funny. You are funny. How's it going, Matthew? How are you? Matthew, already given the monk a D12 for their hit points. If you're going to stand in the front line, you're going to need to be able to take a few hits because they've got no armor. Self-mummification. Perfect self-muff. Ah, dear, that's so funny. I'll tell you, that is hilarious. Okay, let me just go back to where I was before I get sidetracked, because I need to be gone in about 17 minutes because I've been here for so many hours. So this is the guild member, which will probably be called something else. I'm going to give the monk something like this, but not exactly this. It'll look a little different. And then we've got deflect that, and then what do we got here? What was the next one? We have loyal followers, Masonic way, loyal followers, and we're going to probably do something else with that. So that's going to be level 6, loyal followers. So let's find what I wrote up for loyal followers, which is not going to look anything like what the fighter has, but it's at least the structure is there. It's just changing a few little details and it's done. So copy, and we put it into 6. Level 6. Where are we? Level 5, Stunning Strike. I'll do the 1-inch punch, Dragon Kiss, and the Quivering Palm later. Level 6, we've got Chi, Empowered Strike, which is nice and simple now. And that's level 6. So, which one do we want to have first? Probably doesn't matter too much, does it? No, we'll put it here. We'll list that as the first one. Because I think the features I'm going to chuck in are probably going to be wizards are becoming liches, monks are becoming mummy lords. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Okay, loyal followers, level 6, then level 10. So you have, it won't be a squire. Your monk doesn't get a squire. What's another word for a monk's apprentice? Is there another word for it? There probably is. But in any case, I'll need to retool this, and it won't be loyal followers. It'll be something else. Let's go here. That is going to be our subclass sort of slot. Ascended self, retained self becomes a astral presence, leaving behind the mummified body. Oh, it's a very interesting idea. I have not the brain power to contend with it right now. So let me just deal with this stuff here first. Now the stronghold property and stronghold rights is not going to work like this at all. But this bit we need to actually grab. So we go here, copy, and it's level 10. Where's level 10? No. Oh, there we go. Unarmed movement. It's level 10, level 11. So we're going to be going right about here. And let's paste that. And I need to highlight it because it's not going to be called that. It's called something else, if I remember right. And it won't be this stuff because that's for a fighter. but I'll use the structure. Intern. Is it intern? I don't know about. I don't know. Yeah, intern's not speaking to me that much. I don't know if I like the idea of intern. So let's go back here, and we had called it monastery. Let's call it monastery rites. Really, monastery rites is just another word for you now have a dojo. Okay, if you hadn't figured it out, people, I'm giving the monk a dojo. Acolyte, yes, it could be acolyte. Guild, monastery, loyal followers, rites, monastery. Is it monastery? Monastery. Monastery rites. There we go. So I will finish that, fix that up, and finish that later. That's that. Okay, next. What else did I have? There was a couple of other things too, wasn't there? We had World Traveller and Multiverse Traveller. And it's not going to be called Multiverse Traveller. It's going to be something else. It was Astral Traveller, was it not? I believe Astral Traveller and World Traveller is going to be a little different. So we will take these. This is 14. That's 14. So we probably need to go 14. Copy. And 14. Where is 14? Diamond Soul. So this is going to go before Diamond Soul. And this is called paste. World Traveller, which it won't look like that. Your options will be very different. And I will highlight that, and I need to build that in, and I need to make sure I put it into the table at level 14, do I not? Level 14. Beginner Buddhist. A Shushin is a beginner Buddhist, is it? I actually, the titles I'm not too worried about, people, because I actually have the old AD&D titles and sitting in front of me. I just haven't put them in. World Traveller. And actually right now I'm just going to take out a few things. No warship. Remind me, is a galley a warship? Or is it just a type of warship? Or is it just a type of sailing ship? Submarine, I don't like the idea of giving them a submarine either. I do not feel like a submarine for a monk makes sense in the slightest. So I'm taking that off. So, but World Traveller level 14 in the tables. Here. World Traveller, it's already there. Astral Traveller is going to be going in, but right now I don't have it, so that's level 16 though. Copy. 16. Astral Traveller. So I just need to find the spot for that. Level 16. 16, 16, 16, 14. Jeez, guys, it is hard to squeeze it all in. My home group are insane. Let's paste this, and it's Astral Traveller. So at 16th level, the monk, and it'll be around not spell jamming ships and flying ships, it'll be around astral projection. And I will write that up some of the time because I don't have time today. This is certainly speeding up the process of getting this done, which is nice. Now, what was the other thing? Was there anything else? Oh, patron gift at 18th level. I had forgotten about this. And this is going to be, it's not going to be patron gift. It's going to be, what is it? It's not mentor. Oh, for the life of me, I cannot remember. I cannot remember what I cannot remember what it is that you call when you're studying in the martial arts. You have a trainer, somebody who teaches you, and it's called something. And I failed to get my brain to trigger. Shaolin would be the follower of your monk, like a squire to a paladin, right? Yeah. Oh, what is it? It's not mentor. It's sensei. That's what I want to put in there. That's what I wanted to put. Sensei gift. All right, copy. Level 18. And there. Paste. No. Sensei? Is that right? Sensei. Yeah, so I just need to rejiggy that because that's not going to look that way at all. To a certain degree. Yeah, dojo, no, it's not dojo, it's sensei. Yeah, no, derp, you got sensei was the word I was after. Okay, so that's that bit. That's a lot of work to do there. So the highlighted areas are where all my work has got to be done. And Astral Traveller, World Traveller, Astral Traveller, and they got that one. Sensei gift. Yeah, dojo is a training facility, and your monastery could obviously be a dojo. Monastery dojo is really kind of where I was going with that idea. Perfect self. All right, so, geez, there's a lot going on there, but I've managed to squeeze things in. I've managed to change the things I thought were stupid. I've got 7 minutes before it's end of the day. I don't think I have the brain power to build any more stuff today, so we will come back. In about 2 weeks, we'll come back and we will go over everything that's highlighted. So perfect body, I'll have to finish perfect body. I will finish Sensei Gift, and that's highlighted for level 18. Astral Traveller, I will finish for level 16. The World Traveller at level 14 I will fix. It is going to be a much more reduced look. It won't be like the fighter. The fighter gets quite a lot. The Monastery Rites at level 10 I will fix because this is around castles and we're not doing a castle for a monk. Loyal followers might be called something different, but the highlighted section is about giving some sort of follower to a monk. Okay, so we'll do that. I will obviously have to finish off the additional features for Stunning Strike. And guild member might not be called guild member, but it will have some sort of progression of stuff that you get for being part of somebody else's dojo. So I think it's going to be dojo member. Let's call it dojo member now. Let's just get that done. Dojo member. And I just need to tidy it up. We'll make it appropriate for a monk. Dojo member. Where are we? Guild member, dojo member. Devoted followers. Yeah, you could have devoted followers. I'm going to go dojo member for now. And if I change my mind, I change my mind. But right now, that's probably fine. Right, so now titles. I got 4 minutes. Let's have a look at some of the titles for a monk, because my players were really hot on this topic, and I'm happy to look at the old titles for the monk. So the old titles that you used to get for the monk were the following: novice, initiate, brother. I don't like novice. We're going to keep grasshopper because I know my players will laugh their head off and they'll love it. The dojo is the fort, hostel, or the koan and hostile. Yeah. So yeah, that's really what we're looking at. So this is initiate. I don't like the word initiate. Brother, I don't like that. Disciple, no. Master. For me, the word master, there's so many masters of this and masters of that. Grandmaster. I think we're going to have to go Grandmaster. Grandmaster goes here. For sure. Master, I think, goes here. The other titles I haven't figured out. The other titles, honestly, I haven't figured out. But I know I will. Oh, so tired. So tired. Okay, but I got a lot done. Like, in terms of the monk and a lot of the things we were trying to deal with here, a lot of this stuff doesn't apply here. This is for a fighter. So we get rid of this stuff here. Let's delete this. My notes are in the wrong place for this. There we go. We get rid of that. Followers utility. That's somewhere else. The notes for that. So, yeah, that's better. Much, much better. Happier, happier, happier. Goes where? Yeah, well... All right. And yeah, so this has got most of it done. It's just the highlighted areas that need to be re-evaluated. And I think in 2 weeks it'll give me time to sort of percolate on the topic, to get my head around it. There are a few things that I have not included that I know the players in my group wanted to. So I think the things I haven't added is the old monk, for example, for those of you who were unaware, and the old style monk would find and remove traps, move silently, hide in the shadows, hear noise, and climb walls, which sounds almost identical to the rogue. And so I've got to kind of build in something like that for the monk. I think that the monk still needs to have something like that. AD&D used Western titles for essentially a Far Eastern concept. Yeah. I don't know. I'll see what my players say about this and how they want to title it, because I bet you they'll have some ideas. I'm sure of it. And there's a few things around fighting styles, because I didn't have a chance to actually implement how do I structure fighting styles for you. And yeah, I haven't figured that one out, but I'm sure I will. I just don't know what it's going to look like and where to put it at this time. My general feeling is that I want fighting style stuff to be part of one of the existing features of the monk, so that we get our drunken master, we get our way of the tiger, or the way of the prey mantis and stuff like that in there somewhere. But yeah, anyway, I am so tired. I've gone through this so much, but this is a lot of work. So yeah, perfect self, sensei gift, we'll deal with that. Astral traveler, we'll sort that out next time. World traveler, the monastery rites, we'll deal with that later. The loyal followers, 1-inch punch, dragon kiss, quivering palm, all be done later. Next time. Dojo member, we'll deal with that later. But other than that, I haven't decided what to do quite here with the weapon proficiencies, but we're almost there, and we've got our table done. So that's not too bad. Like, I've done a lot, and I'm tired, and I need to go. Ah, dear. Oh boy, people, thank you for hanging out for me. It's been a harrowing 5 hours as we work our way through the monk, but I think it's looking like it's in better shape than it was before, It's just going to be a matter of tidying up the rest of it and then trialing it out. And yes, I will try to upload the draft for the fighter, the remastered fighter on Patreon. I'll try to do that today if I can. If I can find enough energy, I'll try to do it today. We'll see. Who knows? In any case, I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been watching. I do appreciate if you've been watching. I want to thank my patrons who support me on Patreon so I can keep doing this. All of the stuff will eventually wind up going up onto Patreon once it's finished, at least the first draft of them. And I want to thank those people who took part in the poll or in the comments section. Fred Hubber, you have been wonderful today. Phil was wonderful too, really helpful. Cyril and everybody else who has been piping up, Derp. Look, all those different ideas you threw my way really did make a big difference in terms of where my head was at. Negative Space, ET. I do appreciate you hanging out and giving your feedback. Even if I didn't take it on board and accept your ideas, like it certainly helped me move forward from where I was. So thank you. And of course, Big Kid was here, Buried Axe and so forth. Anyway, Shine81. Thank you. And so wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, please be nice to your neighbours. And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.